Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're doing well. Hope life's treating you well. I'm doing well, relatively speaking. Life's good, relatively speaking. So, like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Let me go ahead and pull up the national anthem. And let us begin the day. Patriarch says, what's up? Well, what's up is you better be excited that we're doing Geopol again. I'm going to stick to my word. Today's Thursday, right? We're going to have two substantive, non-drama related segments per week guaranteed. We're the dry Geopol nerds who love analyzing military conflict, history, and great modern powers can get excited. Sorry, let me mute this. Where they can get excited about the dryness of the donuts. Looking good, man. Thank you. Can I point out that I'm not trying to be defensive about it, but I'm going to be a little defensive about it. Can I point out the fact that Steven and Wick have both been like, oh, Connor, he's going through so much. There's so many personal issues that he's dealing with. His life is so crazy right now. Number one, I haven't talked to either one of these motherfuckers about any of my personal shit in extended detail. They just know that I got divorced. Number two, my divorce was handled in one day. You know why? Because despite my wife being frustrated with me about some things, and me being frustrated with her about some things, we both love our children, and we want to make sure that they are taken care of. So we came to an amicable split. So while divorce sucks ass, and it's one of the top 3 most difficult things I've ever done in my entire life, I think we handled it as well as we can handle it. We did it as well as we could. Okay? And not just that, but my personal life outside of that is pretty good. I love my kids. I get to hang out with my kids. I get to spend time with my kids. I get to go to the YMCA. I get to work out frequently. I get to enjoy myself in that regard. I did 30 minutes of cardio yesterday. I could have done 20, but I just decided to round up to 30 for shits and giggles. Who the fuck does 30 minutes of cardio on purpose? Me, apparently. So I did back and bicep yesterday. I had an excellent workout. I did cardio yesterday. It was fun. I listened to pop punk country, and it was amazing. And then I like my girlfriend a lot. I think she's a good person. She's a good egg. I like her. She's good people. Like, truly, like, I do find her attractive, but I also think she's fundamentally a good human being. So, like, what do I have to complain about? My neck hurts sometimes. That's what I have to complain about. You do up to 4 hours of cardio? Whoa. Why? Are you a fucking fireman? Are you a hot jumper? Do you climb the Sierra Nevada mountains with equipment in order to cut down forest trees to make sure the West Coast doesn't destructively set on fire? Because that's the only reason why I'd be doing 4 hours of cardio a day, was if I was a fireman who engaged in dangerous fires. Anyways. Patriarch says, what's up? Randy Chang says, good morning, nerds. Jagan says, good morning. Good morning to see you, Jagan. Good to see you consistently for several days. You know, I don't expect random people that I start seeing coming in more frequently to stick around. But if you stick around, it's cool to see you. Vazraka, thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your constant chips and support despite the turbulence of the channel. Philip Coffee, thank you for the oil the other day. I appreciate you, King. I hope you and your polycule are doing well. I hope everybody loves each other and they're helping each other do the dishes. Horse God says free at last, free at last. Thank God Almighty. Connor's Twitter is free at last. You say that, and then I get a notification, hey, there's some weird shit going on your Twitter. Verify your email. And then I type in my email, and they say your email is associated with another account. We can't use this email. So my options are create a new email and then use that as my two-factor authentication, which I can do. Another option is that it was just hacked right now. So if my Twitter starts spamming like random horrific shit, then it got hacked, which is funny. Because all these people act like they're not involved in fucking gay ops. Meanwhile, the second their fucking Eye of Sauron looks at you, fucking gay ops start happening. Now I know how Steven feels. Nameless Henchman says, did you just shower? You look moist. Yes, I did just shower. This is not oil. This is water. I did just shower. I wanted to smell fresh. Geopol Thursday, and it's not even the first segment. Why would it be the first segment? I showed you my schedule. You are truly one of the most easily disappointed human beings in Christian Polaris I've ever met. You are more easy to disappoint than my ex-wife. It is crazy pants. I literally showed you a schedule explaining my incentives for content and why I must do the content the way that I do the content, and you're still disappointed. I'm starting to think that... Never mind, that was gay. Lol, let them farm, content is content. Well, I hope they keep that attitude tonight. I'm going to be doing a little bit of a drama stream tonight. If you are not interested in drama, I strongly, strongly, strongly recommend that you don't watch. If you are not interested in the clashes of personalities on Twitch and YouTube politics, then I strongly recommend you do not watch tonight's stream. And if you watch tonight's stream and you complain, I'll give you a 12-hour. I'm not doing that. I'm not having all the people be like, oh, no. No, I feel like I've been pretty responsible with the way that I've conducted myself. So... Connor, back in the game so fast he didn't even need to delete his Facebook. Oh, you know somebody did dox me? Somebody doxed me. And it's a DGG sympathetic account. They were retweeting Destiny. They sent me a picture of me and my children. And I said, good photo. Listen. I'm going to have the same attitude that I've had consistently, which is that I'm easy to find. You seeing my face does not change anything. I know what my face looks like. And if you try to hurt my ex-wife, or if you try to hurt my children, and I get my hands on you, we're going to have a date with a carrot peeler. Okay? You, me, and a potato peeler are going to get really, 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 really close. So... how about you don't harass my family? And if you choose to harass my family, definitely don't let me catch you. How's that? Christian Lair says, them not knowing combined with their belief that your emotional investment is disproportionate to the actual situation. The view is your divorce is related to the crash out. How about this? I'm going to present to you an ulterior narrative, okay, real quick. I find out that my friend is doing underage role play with a random, well, Brittany doesn't like it when I say random, with a woman who is psychotically devoted to him, but clearly has mental health issues. And there are some allegations from her current husband that the role play was substantially worse than the way that he's representing it and she's representing it. I can't make heads or tails of it. And as a result, I say, hey, Steven, you're an idiot. Stop playing with fire. 6 months later, while he's trying to bully me through implicit threat to ban community members that he does not have evidence of malfeasance for, I find out that he is still engaging with the woman with whom I said, you need to stop playing with fire. I think my explanation is a lot more simple than theirs. That's awesome to hear, man. Genuinely also reminds me I got to go do some cardio myself. True. True. True, 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 true. And if you don't want to talk about it, let's not talk about it. Let's move into the content momentarily. Let's not talk about it. It's fine. Tonight we can talk about it. That way, Patriarch and Philip Coffee says I'm doing my part of the dishes right now. Lol. Good. Good. I can only imagine 3 adults in the same household produce a lot of dishes. I'm joking and I'm not. Arthur says I have 2 different suggestions for Geopol segment when we get to them. Okay. Yes, Christian Valaris, yes, it is Destiny versus the Snarkers. All right. Fire, fire, fire. Beavis voice, true. Doing my part of the dishes right now. Bro's hair so thick, it still looks like that full after the shower. Thanks. Thanks. I'm a Dapper Dan, man. Cool. People are fucking weird. That's true. Is doxing okay to send flowers? Sure. If you send me flowers, as long as they're not funerary flowers. If they're actually beautiful flowers. If you dox me and you send me beautiful flowers rather than funerary flowers, that's okay. Dachshunds are good, actually. True. Damn, I joined at a strange time. It's strange times these days. Retweeting Destiny is not a maker of a DGG. Shit is easy to do, and gay ops are extensive enough for the snarkers to retweets to be fakeable. Sure. Sure. You know what, Arthur? You're right. It could be a snarker pretending to be a DGGer in order to mindfuck me. That's correct. That's why we shouldn't trust anybody. Right? We should trust the truth. It's that simple. Our guiding light should be the truth. Which is why when Fashion 40 came in on a gray alt and said that he was leaving the community and that I could fuck myself, and I yelled at him saying that he was doing a gay op against me, and then he said, no, you dipshit. I'm Fashion 40. This is just an alternative profile. And then Fashion 40 DM'd me evidence that it was actually him. I was like, oh, I'm being paranoid and I'm being mean to someone I like. My bad. So, let the truth guide us. His age play allegations are old, but I'm glad people are seeing it for the problem that it is. No, they're not. I understand that with Rose, there was age play allegations, but that was the babysitter shit, right? And that was in summer of 2022. What I'm talking about is November of 25. And what I'm talking about is May of 26. So, Fashion 40 says, I didn't tell you to go fuck yourself. Okay, well, the spirit of it, correct me if I'm wrong, Fashion 40. The spirit of it is, you are crashing out and yelling at me. I am actually a fan of yours who supports the channel. You are being an unfair cunt. Therefore, choke on the truth. That felt like the vibes. So, and I choked on it. Clip that. Destiny clearly does care about your warnings. Thus, this is a boundary that should have cut off the friendship. Oh, doesn't care about the warnings. Sure. But when you see somebody who has flashes of general, and we'll move on. Trust me, Patriarch. I trust me. I will move on momentarily. But when you see flashes of kindness and grace and love and humanity, you want to encourage those flashes of grace and kindness and love and humanity in your sociopathic friend, because you want him to not hurt anybody else, and you would also just like it if he was genuinely a good friend to you as well. And so maybe I had too much patience. Maybe I gave him a life preserver for too long. But I would have preferred, if I have a 6-year relationship with somebody on Twitch and YouTube Politics, I would prefer to give them the maximum life preserver that I can until I call it quits. Fellrunner says, I got a hot take. Let's stop caring about it. Dude, you just sent me a 5-paragraph fucking Discord DM about how much you hate Doobie. Don't tell me to stop caring about it. You care about it too, you nerd. You just want me to stop caring about it so you can stop caring about it. Oh. Alshinist says, I typed in one of these insane people streams and in 20 minutes I was called a rapist, a dog fucker, a furry, Destiny's Alt, and for some reason an age player. Very strange. Yes. So I don't need to mind map this. I'll just describe it. Allow the snarkers and the DGGers to wage war against each other. Let them fight. Okay? Let them fight. What we are going to do, or what I'm going to do, is I am going to share the truth as I see it, and then I'm going to walk away. Okay? That's it. I'm going to share the truth as I see it. That way people have a complete picture of what I care about. I will present my complete picture, and then we'll move on. Doobie says rent free for $10. True. You summoned him. You summoned him. All right. Anyways, let's do a JD Vance Never Trump Guy anthem real quick. And then let's do the morning prayer.
So this is really who Donald Trump chose as his running mate?
Drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never liked racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. Racism. I'm a never Trump guy. Xenophobia. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I never liked him. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. 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 I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him.
Muted professional streamer, by the way. Fashion 40 saying me telling him to eat a bowl of foreskins did have him actually laughing. Good. I try to be a hyperbolic enough person that even when I'm being mean, people can find comedy in my cruelty, even if they're the target of my cruelty. So I truly don't wish most people the worst. I truly hope that most human beings can be redeemed at the end of the day. Mythologically, metaphorically, spiritually, however you want to take that. I hope people can live and die with a clean conscience as much as possible. But anyways, let's say a morning prayer. Let's get into the content. That way the people who want some serious content don't feel like they are psychologically abusing themselves in order to remain a part of our community. So, what is it? May your girl stay hot, may your beer stay cold, may you keep all your fingers while blowing things up, amen. And then, Daddy, give me the, the strength to goon, the patience to edge, and the wisdom when I should do either. All right? Don't wish most is cumbersome phrasing. I've become cumbersome to this world. There are some songs that, of course, as a young man, I was like, this is too emo for me as a 19-year-old boy who is sowing my wild oats And now as a 40-year-old divorced man, I'm like, this ninja's spitting, you know? And one of those is Cumbersome. Have you guys heard Cumbersome? Should I play Cumbersome for the Zoomers before we start? This is like the ultimate. I'm going to do it because, you know, fuck you. No, it's a good song. Cumbersome song.
She calls me Goliath and I wear the David mask. I guess the stones are coming to face her now. You know I'd like
Be right back.
to believe this nervousness will pass. All the stones that are thrown are building up a wall. I have become cumbersome to this world. I have become cumbersome to my girl. I'd like to believe we could reconcile the past, resurrect those bridges with ancient glance. But my own stone face can't seem to break her down. She remembers bridges, burns them to the ground. I have become cumbersome to this world. I have become cumbersome to my girl. Too heavy, too light, too black or too white, too wrong or too right. Today or tonight, cumbersome. Too rich or too poor, she's wanting me less and I'm wanting her more. The bitter taste is cumbersome. No, yeah, no, no, no. No, 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 yeah.
I think you guys get the vibe. Too black? Out of all the things you could have taken from that song, too black, question mark? Too poor? Oh my God. That is. Oh my God. You guys are crazy. That's funny. Ah, that's funny. That's funny. That's funny. That's funny. All right. Inbred Nickelback. True. Post grunge is proto emo. True. It's not the so that song I probably would not listen to a substantial amount of it. Like I really wouldn't. Like that's not on my rotating playlist. But what is on my rotating playlist, or the reason why I would listen to that is specifically because of the breakdown where he goes like too wrong or too right, too black or too white, too something, 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 something. That part of it is actually, I think, straight fucking fire. So, all right. I'm going to go to the transcript. I'm going to find Hasan. No results found. Piker. No results found. Cuba. 134. Well, I'm happy I didn't just watch this entire thing because they apparently only get into Hasan Piker for the last 20 minutes. Are they just responding to super chats at the end though? I don't want super chats. I want the actual segment. I'm going to scrub real quick. Let me scrub.
Option. Let's go do it. I'm going to enthusiastically do it. That's not all or nothing. That's I criticized them when I had the chance. I wanted this. I didn't get it. I'm salty about it. And you know what? I'm still going to help you win. And if
But
they're
these
in
are
the
not-
tent, they're in the tent, right? And that's in the private chat. Yeah, real quick. So from Das Vidania says, annoying thing for me is that people spent years complaining how the DNC didn't invest enough
relationship with Israel, if they support like kind of funds to Israel, but maybe they don't say the word genocide. Like, should those people be Puritan? I'm ready to lock in a Kalshi bet for Tallarico.
You know,
fucking awful.
yeah.
But like we need to have policy differences with, like, I think that NIMBYs are kind of dumb.
The DNC look bad on your left wing show. What's
It's
the value there in
authenticity.
the
It's
end?
like, hey,
What is the value there
I'm
in
not.
the end?
I'm not. Like,
Pen
the Trump-
asked.
like if I think you're aiding Israel in the genocide, and I say, hey, you guys are aiding them, and then you win.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah, we have to talk about Hasan.
There we go. Perfect. All right. Let's update the video quality. Let's do an intro. Fatsimo, laugh my ass off. Did you take away my shield? Lame. No. I didn't. Maybe somebody else did. Here's your shield, Fatsimo. Fatsimo is my special... he's my special dissident right-wing snowflake. Okay? Leave Fatsimo around. Fatsimo can be timed out for 12 hours for specifically schizophrenic things that he says. He cannot be permabanned without my blessing. Okay? I'm not giving him a shield so he does moderating decisions. I'm giving him a shield so you guys don't fucking ban him randomly and I don't figure it out. Yeah. I figured Connor's Twitter was hijacked when I saw him retweeting James Tallarico. No, James Tallarico. Okay, James Tallarico is too far left for me. He is too far left for me. You know, he basically, in my opinion, he has like Bernie Sanders' platform. But I think he represents a good fusion of conservative Christian scriptural philosophy with like left-wing politics. The shield protects. Aaron Gray says that, and I'm pretty sure I've known Aaron Gray for a while, so I'll give him a shield as well. But anyways, yeah, I don't want James Tallarico to win necessarily. Obviously, I would prefer if he was more of a mixed economy capitalist or, you know, maybe an explicit social democrat, so I didn't feel like he was a socialist hiding his power level. But if I don't have any beefs with him, and if I had to choose between him and isn't the other guy like a MAGA conservative who recently helped a child abuser get out of prison with minimal sentencing? If that's true, then why wouldn't I choose James Tallarico over the alternative? You know? Yeah. All right. Anyways, I think we should get started. All right. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I am trying to be a rhino. I'm trying to be a Republican who is honest, who has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And we are going to be taking a look at our favorite live and learn boys. We got Hutch, the moderate Democrat who fights leftists, but maybe a little bit too aggressively. We got Soy Pill, the progressive who is sympathetic to socialists and communists, maybe a little bit too much. We got Pisco, the lawyer who is definitely too sympathetic to socialists and communists and wants them to be a part of the Democratic tent. And we got IRI, the person who is rawly, autistically focused on electoral politics and therefore does not enjoy the interpersonal drama, the sex drama, the clashes of personalities. He truly does just want to focus on who is good for the party, who will win, how do we enable them to win, and how do we enable them to implement incremental policy for the Democratic Party. This is the show Live and Learn, just in case you're unfamiliar. It's a liberal progressive. It's supposed to be like explicitly liberal, but it's a liberal progressive hybrid show where they fight for the soul of the Democratic Party. Normally it's fun. It is fun. Now, the topic that they're discussing today that we're interested in is Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker, over the summer, went to Cuba in order to do a humanitarian relief project where basically Cuba is currently under sanctions stranglehold by the United States government. They've run out of fuel recently. They are they've been socially and politically isolated since the fall of the Soviet Union. And so the United States has been strangling them economically for a very long time. So then the question kind of becomes, it's like, is Hasan Piker a traitor to the United States because he's a socialist and communist critic of the United States who wants the evil empire to fall, and he's traveling to Cuba for humanitarian relief? Or is he a noble martyr in the cause of human rights, trying to alleviate the suffering of human beings who are unjustly being strangled by the American empire? It's kind of where we're at. And then also, what should Democrats and the Democratic Party do about it? Let's take it from there.
Steve.
I was with AOC and Bernie, who were the first ones to come out and say Biden's our guy still, and we're going to back him up. So, but Pisco, to your point, I'm just saying.
Can we get through these? We're never going to talk about the subpoena.
Okay,
we have to talk about Hasan.
Super chat.
Yeah. This is the one time I want to talk about Hasan, guys. All right, Saeed lied about his background. That's a fair hit. That speaks to his character. McMorrow is getting called evil over policy differences. First of all, I don't even know if anyone's really calling her evil on the show. That might be the portrayal, but like these are both, in my opinion, valid criticisms to go after someone for lying about their history, for a policy, like a significant policy difference, especially in the primary. That's the time to do it. Why do I draw the lines? Why would I vote for you over El Saeed? Like, I think these are completely valid things to be asking.
Well,
Bad Company says, how do you square calling someone a genocide endorser and then voting for her? Are you doing is doing this hurting your chances? Yeah, lesser of two evils, which these people never actually commit to when it's the general, which is really fucking annoying. But yeah, like if I think you're aiding Israel in the genocide and I say, hey, you guys are aiding them, and then you win the primary, that doesn't mean I can't vote for you. I still have to vote for you. Like, but I understand.
okay, but you've painted yourself into a corner now unnecessarily, you know.
But that's what we were demanding of lefties when it came to 2024. They took the view that Kamala Harris was complicit in endorsing and helping a genocide, and we said vote for her, notwithstanding your belief there. Like we said, even if you believe that, because it'll be better for the Palestinians. So we can't say it's just like a desire or some kind of ask that we would never call for. Like, we have called for that.
They were too far gone at that point. There was no saying.
But most voted for the Democrats, though. That's that we agree.
But
most of them voted for Democrats. Sure, but in spite of it,
I have to question their strategic acumen, like their political strategy of elevating one of the lowest salience issues in the country to be the number one issue within the Democratic Party in the divisive way that they're doing it. I just like, what is the upside if the hierarchy of needs right now is like beating Republicans, and then under that would be like policy stuff? What is the strategy there of?
Sorry, I have to interrupt for a couple of chats that I think I should read. Andy says the 60 days thing for a pedophile is kind of misleading. The actual context was getting him to agree to 60 days in registry because 2 juries had hung and the victim refused to testify again. That's interesting. Can he think he's the second while totally being the first? That's my vote. Not sure about that. And then, hold on. Caramel Cold Brew says, what are you drinking? So I'm a pussy, and coffee gives me heartburn and heart palpitations. So I've moved to black tea. Basically, I do 2 bags of black tea mixed with 2 teaspoons of sugar and oat milk. And then I do a different one, which is a single bag of black tea. And between those 3 bags and the oat milk and the sugar, typically that'll kick my ass in order to start the day. Anyways. Oh, also, sorry, Patriarch. Patriarch is lobbying for a call with Arthur. I have no problems with doing a call for Arthur, but I should read his 4-paragraph DM and then I should schedule a time.
Elevating this issue in this way during these primaries, I just don't understand it. It just doesn't
Pressure Democrats.
Well, there's pressure, and then there's tarring and feathering people as genocide supporters. It's fucking psychotic to accuse the VP of enabling a genocide like the fucking VP sets foreign policy. It's so stupid, but whatever.
All right. Hexby wants a example of leftist constant purity testing that is a real and tangible benefit to the Democratic Party. I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but I'd say the Medicare for All conversation that kind of Bernie pushed a lot further in 2016. This was a purity test, and this has moved the country further left in a way that I'm okay with. And I don't think this.
Yeah, they're just going to say that's not a purity test because Bernie endorsed Hillary and Bernie endorsed Joe Biden, and so it's a game of words, right? Like anytime you bring up an example, it's not going to be real purity testing because that was different.
Wasn't real
Bernie's different.
Purity testing, fair. Yeah. Silver MB says Hutch and I have to stop using the word criticism. That's a misleading euphemism for what these lefty media figures are doing. It's not getting your totally correct point across. Yeah, because I don't want you guys to come across as saying we can't criticize Dems. Of course we can. I know you guys think that. It's the specific way in which the criticism is not meant as like a, hey, like, can we come to an agreement, right? It's like you are just saying, look how evil this person is, and then moving on, right? That's kind of your problem.
Yes, plus, like I said, it bleeds over to the whole party, and then these people end up hating the Democratic Party, and then I think that's not helping.
It's a narrative versus like a criticism. I think there's a pretty big distinction there.
What's that?
Trip says
well, the narrative that they have is that basically the Democratic Party, anyone outside of like their kind of faction within the Democratic Party are, I've already said it like a few times now, but like pro-corporation, pro-war, fascist enablers. These are very common.
And that's a narrative, not a criticism.
That's a narrative, yeah. And so if all of your line of questioning is in service of that narrative, and you're not actually asking questions and being curious about their positions, if you're just pushing a narrative instead, then just don't call that journalism. And to your point, Pisco, it's like Democratic Party politicians can and candidates can choose to go into those venues, but they should know what they're walking into and they should be prepared for it. They need the Zoomers. They need the Zoomers on the staff.
Fair enough. Trip says, if you're anti-establishment or hate Dems, you're not in the tent. From y'all, is there any signs that Dems won't accept non-tent voters? And is there any room for grilling voters?
Dude, okay, I have to fast forward to like 1:35 because I thought that they were going to go into the Hasan tent. And they're just reading super chats, which I appreciate, but I thought that there was going to be commentary about Hasan Piker going to Cuba and whether or not he should be punished for doing so. So I'm going to fast forward to 1:35, which is like where the first mention of Cuba goes. Okay, here we go. Looks like they move out of super chats and into a content segment, so I'll start it there. And then also conservative liberalism says, this DM is super important and time sensitive. I like turtles. Thank you for your time in this matter of utmost importance. You're welcome.
You're not allowed in the
You
tent.
still have to define the tent.
There's no tent. All right, guys. Subpoenaing Hasan. What do we think? Are we?
Did it actually occur? I'm like seeing mixed reports about whether there was a subpoena.
Fox News said it did, and they're, I understand the opinion section over there sucks, but they reported it as fact.
I think
I have a take.
This is dangerous. I think the idea that we're taking someone who I ideologically disagree with, but we're saying, okay, our fascist Trump government is going to be cracking down on their like Cuba trip with some bullshit like legalese of whether or not they stayed in the right hotel or gave money to who. Like, this is so much clearly to me an intimidation tactic, and I think we need to come together and oppose this. But that's where I'm sitting.
Well, I don't think you're going to find people that disagree with you. The problem is the hypocrisy, where we see clips now of Hasan laughing at Adam Schiff, who was being investigated for fraud, saying, I hope he gets locked up. He took money from Israel. So, the sympathy for Hasan is just not there, man.
That's my position. It is objectively bad, and this does look like it's targeting. And very, very few. I looked it up. It seems like very few people are criminally charged for these kinds of things. There's a question about so the hotel that they stayed at, that's public info, and that is on the sanctions list. It just is. It's like controlled by the Cuban military. But Hasan says that he talked to OFAC, which is like the Office of, I don't know what it is, the Foreign Affairs, whatever. And they told him to stay there.
Under the
And
treasury.
I believe him because I don't think Hasan Piker wants to go to prison. Like, I genuinely don't think that. I don't think he's stupid enough to just not clear that kind of a trip. And so it does like look like targeting. We know that this administration targets people for political reasons. That's really bad. And to IRI's point, it's also literally fucking impossible to feel sympathy for him, especially when you should pull that clip up of him like salivating at the thought of Adam Schiff going to prison. Like,
yeah,
when you see that clip,
show it,
like,
but is that can we agree that's not a reason to be okay with this? That's like,
No, it's not a reason to be okay with it.
I'm
Right,
not cheering it on. I'm not cheering it on.
Because I think the hypocrisy is gross, but that's not a reason for me to be like, and therefore he should face the consequences. It's not like a reap what you sow Schadenfreude moment for me.
Some people on Twitter are doing it. IRI. Some people are doing it, but like,
that's insane. Those people are stupid. If they think Hasan should be punished with this weaponization of the DOJ, it's just another instance of the DOJ being weaponized against people they disagree with. The problem is Hasan needed to stand up when it happened to Adam Schiff, and he didn't.
And before that too, I mean, and before that too, with the election, the hypocrisy is fucking gross. I mean, you have people who are supporting all sorts of, allies that you wouldn't expect at this time. James Comey, other targets of weaponized DOJ who happen to be Republicans who fell out with the administration. And so we should all see.
Remember the post when he fucking thought he was DMing Bondi and he was just like, it's really important that you fucking prosecute Barack Obama.
Yeah. So all this shit is disgusting, and I condemn the hypocrisy 100%. And it shows you, right, that the people who have been right the entire time are the resistance libs, are the never Trump Republicans who have said the biggest issue here is corruption and weaponization. And that's going to affect all of us and everything that we do. And so it's fucking gross. That hypocrisy 100% is gross. That said, I'm not going to stand by with this administration, which is corrupt in its nature, which is being led by a bunch of bozos who are on the take, who are making excuses for this $1.8 billion scam of the American taxpayer, the Qatar airplanes and all that stuff, and assume that their intentions are good or at least workable. No, this is a bullshit move by the administration, who is not just trying to go after the voices that it disagrees with and who criticize it, but also to prepare for a war with Cuba, an intervention in Cuba, another illegal war, another exercise of fascist imperialist power by this administration and by Trump. And so, no, I stand 10 tones down against the administration, against the subpoena, and fuck everyone who says that they support it.
Huh. I'm truly trying to consider my desire to hurt communists versus my desire to allow dissident thought to exist within the American zeitgeist. I'll try to articulate this, even though I'm going to do so poorly, because I don't think I've fully considered or come to conclusions yet. So, you should be, as an American citizen, in my opinion, not only allowed to criticize the United States government for pretty much anything, especially, I've gone over this before, if you're like a native citizen, you were born here, part of what makes America America is freedom of conscience and freedom of speech and the capacity to articulate your earnestly held worldview. And so, as much as I dislike Hasan Piker's anchor baby status, he is a native citizen of the United States. He is endowed with all the privileges and rights of a United States citizen. And if he earnestly believes what he says, then he should be able to articulate those thoughts in public without the government harassing him for doing so. That's just true. I think as a free and open society, the fruits of that are are better than the deleterious consequences of allowing said speech. When it comes to, doing propaganda for foreign regimes, and bear in mind, I'm going to criticize the right wing in a second, so lefties, please keep your panties untwisted. I think that, traveling to effectively an enemy of the United States and coordinating with their government in order to do sympathetic propaganda for that nation state is a gray area of free speech. Because obviously you want to be maximally tolerant of people's consciences and their earnestly expressed visions of the world, but you also don't want to tolerate a true ideological betrayal of the United States that lends material support to people who want to kill you. So, for instance, like Zawahi becoming an Al-Qaeda propagandist, once he became the open propagandist of a anti-American international terrorist organization, I don't think that that's like protected speech anymore. You know, you're effectively incentivizing criminal violence against citizens of the United States while living in a foreign country and being the propaganda arm of a foreign terrorist organization. So I don't know quite where the line is. Now, let me criticize the right wing. That way the lefties don't freak out that it sounds like I'm lending credence to the fact that Hasan Piker should be punished for traveling to Cuba. If Hasan Piker should be punished for what he's done in Cuba, that means that Tucker Carlson 1,000% should be investigated for his relationships with Russia. Russia is a geopolitical rival to the United States. They've engaged in hostile activities against the United States. They are currently invading a sovereign neighbor. They are provably trying to do psychological operations inside the United States to fracture the American people and to make the American people more sympathetic to their invasion of a neighboring sovereign nation. And so I think that it is likely that Tucker Carlson has taken money from the Russians in order to do pro-Russian sympathetic propaganda. So, if, in my opinion, maybe people could point out like different variables, but if Hasan Piker is being investigated and persecuted or prosecuted by the state for materially aiding rivals and enemies of the United States, I think that Tucker Carlson should likewise be investigated and prosecuted if he's violated FARA laws, Foreign Agent Registry Act laws. I just pinned my Patreon. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got a membership, if you got a my parasocial, love you, thank you for being here. I am thinking about the topic while we're engaged with this. I do not have a hard stance yet.
I don't disagree with anything you said, Pisco, and I'm with you. And you know, I even accept that Hasan wouldn't do the same thing for me or people on the left, or that like Adam Schiff. But I still would have your position that there's nothing to celebrate here at all.
Yeah, that's my exact position. It's literally just, like I'm not going to cheer it on. I'm not going to downplay the significance of an administration possibly targeting a Twitch streamer is such a unbelievable escalation. But man, Hasan makes it literally impossible to feel sympathy for in this spot.
Well, and
from his own rhetoric.
I'd be curious.
Okay. Commentary has pointed this out, that this is what Nicholas DiOrio does. Nicholas DiOrio has taken harsh stances against a ton of excuse me, anti-Ethan Klein people. And so whenever Ethan Klein does something indefensible, where it's like a moral violation of principle that Nicholas DiOrio was previously critical of, rather than saying that he agrees with the moral violation, he says, oh, well, the victims of this moral violation make it difficult for me to feel sorry for them. And that doesn't feel like a actual astute and earnest analysis of the moral calculation of the situation. That feels like, oh, well, when my enemies suffer, I'm happy. We all feel that way. We are all happy when our enemies suffer. To some degree, you know, some of us are Christian, some of us feel sad that our enemies are on a bad path and are suffering. But the point is, like, please analyze the morality of of criminally investigating and potentially prosecuting and incarcerating someone for participating in a humanitarian mission to Cuba versus whether or not you individually dislike the person who did the humanitarian mission to Cuba. I don't like Hasan Piker. I think he's a bad guy. I think he's a self-identified enemy of the nation state of the United States. I think that he sweeps for and does propaganda for foreign authoritarian regimes. That has nothing to do with the moral analysis of what has happened. Hasan Piker went to Cuba to express an earnestly held belief that he thought the United States government was engaged in behavior that was resulting in human immiseration of the Cuban people that was unjust and unfair. Should he be investigated by the United States and incarcerated for helping our rivals or enemies? Yes or no?
If he ever responded to when JD Vance said that they're investigating 2 social media creators in Florida, which seemed like it was destiny at the time, to see if he laughed about that. I'm sure he thought that was hilarious.
Look, it's just it's line 1 of the poem, right? First they came for the communists, and I said, look, I don't like this guy that much, but goddamn, I'll stand in front of the bullets because this is bullshit. You can't have a fascist government cracking down like this.
And listen, I support.
I don't give a shit. Yeah, I don't give a shit if it's hypocritical that he doesn't support it. Whatever.
Yeah.
He does a lot of things I don't
I
like,
agree.
but that doesn't mean we can go after him. And
I don't want him to go to prison. Definitely, you know.
Khazra's still alive. Let's go. Hi, Khazra.
That's crazy.
Do you guys remember
this? No,
not over this. But maybe for something animal abuse.
Maybe something else. Not
yeah, no, I'm joking. But do you guys remember there was a moment where he was predicting that Russia wouldn't invade Ukraine or something, and you know, and he owned up to that it was a mistake. But like afterwards, it wasn't just that or that he had the wrong prediction. I think he did, but he the kind of tone in which he took. All right, guys, we were wrong. Now, what are you going to do about it, Joe? Like, what, like, just the kind of like, okay, you were wrong before, you were a hypocrite before, and now it's like we all need to stand together. And what the fuck are you libs doing anyway? That attitude, I think, is like corrosive and fucking dumb. But it's still, yes, notwithstanding hypocrisy, notwithstanding it being annoying, you got to be 100% against the regime on this, 100% with the lefties who hate you and want to destroy you.
The other thing
I know it sucks. But.
Bad Company in my chat brings up a point. Somebody else brought it up in my chat earlier. He did a super chat too. So he said, Hasan was saying Biden should have launched an investigation into Manchin's daughter to make him comply with Dem policy. Authoritarians, right or left, can kick rocks. I mean, like, yeah, he was he told John Lovett to his face, like directly, yes, I think you should politicize DOJ to go after Manchin to like coerce senators to take votes that you want. And so it's literally impossible to feel sympathy. I'm sorry. I'm not going to like talk a lot about it. I'm not going to.
Nicholas Diorio asked talking point. Just because your enemies do bad shit doesn't mean that you are allowed to break your own principles or morals. It's really that simple. Freedom of speech and freedom of conscience are still things. So we're talking about the violation of freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. It seems like there's a few people in my chat who are saying, well, if he is being investigated by, like, if he's investigated in a relatively objective way, and if he is truly found to have violated FARA or associated laws, then he should be criminally prosecuted and found guilty if it's a relatively objective process. And I think I agree with that. But then I feel the same way about the pro-Russian conservatives. Based off of this rationale, Lauren Chen should be investigated and incarcerated. Based off of this rationale, Tucker Carlson should 100% be investigated, at minimum. And if he's found to have violated the law, he should be incarcerated. Who else? Lauren Southern, my friend, should be investigated. And if she is found guilty of violating the law, she should be incarcerated. Same thing with, trying to think of who else. Tim Pool, 100% should be investigated. And so, for me, it's a question of application as well. Are they? Yeah, Lauren Chen was investigated and charges were dropped. Yes, because of dissident right-wing advocates who became a part of the government. earshot. Like the Biden administration did not make her prosecution a priority, so it lasted into the Trump administration, and then the Trump administration dropped it. You know how I know that? Because there's a guy named, it's not Kyle Rittenhouse, it's Joe Rittenhouse. Joe Rittenhouse on Twitter is a Trump State Department appointee who engages with alternative media politics, and he went onto the Sitch and Adams show and cheered about how he got Lauren Chen's ban from the United States lifted. So don't tell me that there isn't bias happening in the state that is sweeping for Lauren Chen's malfeasance. We can see it literally in Twitch and YouTube politics. So hold on. Doobie says, Hasan is sort of irrelevant to the story. It's like when the ACLU defends the KKK. What matters is the principle, not the person. Correct. But as a capital L liberal, somebody who believes in freedom of conscience, freedom of speech, and maximum liberty from the government, I think that if we apply a rule in one direction, we must apply it in all directions. Doobie for 10 says, honestly, this is the eternal issue with libs. The question isn't whether principle should be violated, it's how much. I don't know if I agree with that. But let's see. Let's see if anybody calls out Hutch on the Nicholas Diorio ass arguments. You know? Like, so hold on. Let's say that a drunk driver, okay? Let's say that a drunk driver is driving and he T-bones another car and he kills someone, okay? And then you find out that he's incarcerated in prison and he is being raped and beaten every single day, and the guards are allowing it because one of the guards, the person that he killed in the traffic homicide, was his sister. So they are allowing cruel and unusual punishment to this specific inmate because the guards was family members with the person killed in the traffic homicide. Should you criticize the guards and say, no, this is cruel and unusual punishment. We have the 8th Amendment for a reason. The punishment is not proportionate to the crime, and therefore, y'all need to start protecting this man so he's not getting raped every single day, because on principle, we should align with the Constitution of the United States and the morality implied in it? Or should we say, oh, well, you know, this guy killed someone with his DUI. So it's really hard to be sympathetic to him. I think how you answer that question is actually going to inform whether or not you're like a principled person who actually cares about the Constitution of the United States and it being applied, or whether or not you're just trying to like karmically balance the scales on some internal sense of justice. You know?
Celebrate it, or I don't want him to go to jail, but there's no way.
Well, yeah, but why are these issues linked in your mind, right? Like you don't feel sympathy for him, but that's not the reason you're standing against it. The reason you're standing against it is to protect yourself, to protect me.
Sure. Sorry, this is important. The card says, isn't the application principle the same as the morality argument? The fact that Hasan may be targeted, but not those on the right, doesn't mean that he shouldn't be targeted, just that it's unequal. Correct. Correct, Descartes. I actually agree with you. I'm trying to point out the application.
To protect
not just me, yeah, everybody.
Yeah, so like
It's
protecting
like the
Hasan here.
ACLU saying we can let the KKK have their civil protest in the middle of our city. I fucking hate them. I hate everything they stand for. I think this is going to spread hate. And yet I understand that by upholding this, I'm upholding free speech, and we shouldn't let the government go after anyone, no matter how horrible their ideas are. And so you have to be able to untie everything you hate about Hasan and say, this is much more an indictment of the government and their overreach of power. And I would say the exact same thing if they were going after Nick Fuentes, who I think is a fucking monster, right? So like, it's not about the person. Yeah.
All that is valid. Just don't ask me to feel sympathy. That's all I'm saying.
Demon King Drago says something that aligns with what Hutch just said. If someone calls for violence, justifies violence, glorifies violence, and threatens violence against a group of people, then has violence done to them, do you feel bad for them? No. But feeling bad doesn't really have anything to do with the application of principle. I cannot feel bad for the traffic homicide person getting raped while still saying it's wrong and that should stop. Feeling one way or the other. It's kind of like, weirdly enough, this is kind of like when you euthanize a dog for mauling or killing a human being. I think that the human beings who are victims of said dog and family members of the victim of the dog, they can be angry and vengeful to the dog because they're angry that they've lost a family member to the dog. But the dog, in my opinion, is not really like a moral actor. It's not a... Dogs have sentience, but to my knowledge, they don't have human-style sapience. So the correct thing is to euthanize the dog. Not because you're trying to torture it or inflict some kind of proportional harm to the dog as it visited to a human being. You're not trying to teach the dog a lesson. You're trying to prevent harm. And so while I think that like human beings do have sentience and sapience, therefore you can try to teach them things through pain, that doesn't, that has no bearing on the morality that should motivate us. The morality that should motivate us for incarcerating the traffic homicide person is the fact that, is the fact that they committed a social ill by being reckless that resulted in the death of another human being. Their punishment should be proportional and not cruel and unusual, because we have that principle as a society enshrined in our laws. So all I'm really asking for, and I understand people are fighting about this in chat, what I'm asking for is, as much as I hate Hasan Piker, as much as Hutch hates Hasan Piker, as much as a lot of my chat hates Hasan Piker, what is the consistent principle that we will apply to Hasan Piker that we will also apply to actors who are taking money from foreign governments in order to spread agitational propaganda against the United States? Whatever you prescribe for Hasan should be done to Tucker Carlson, Lauren Chen, Benny Johnson, Dave Rubin, and Lauren Southern. And I will point out again that I consider Lauren Southern an internet friend. So
everything you're saying is valid.
I don't ask you to feel sympathy for Hasan. And by the way, there's another Tucker Carlson, I think, was also investigated or something for ties related to Iran. There could actually be illegal conduct at issue here. And there could actually be illegal conduct at issue with Tucker Carlson in terms of who he's talking to, potential FARA violations and stuff. And so I'm not saying that there wouldn't be potentially a plausible case against Hasan. What I'm saying, though, is they're exercising their discretion in a biased way, in my view, and that if Hasan were on the take, if he were on the team of the Department of Justice and with Trump, he wouldn't have any problems. They don't really care about this. And so it's necessarily one-sided. And I also am going to apply an inference. I think that enough corrupt conduct has occurred that you take a negative inference against the administration. And unless they show you some neutral basis, you're not going to believe them.
So just to be clear, and I'm not downplaying what's happening, when I looked into it, the only way that you can be criminally charged for this kind of a thing is if you knowingly violate a sanction. If it's not knowingly, it can be up to $200,000 per offense. So, it's a pretty pricey price tag, but the likelihood that they would go after him for, like, I don't know, maybe he knew, but it's just inconceivable to me that someone like Hasan would go to Cuba, especially there was like dozens of them that went. And so it's like, you would have to be profoundly stupid to do that without like clearing your plans with the government first. And I don't think Hasan,
the government first.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Cleared his plans with the administration that's like subpoenaing him. So
right, that's what I'm saying. And so like he probably
consulted with a lawyer. I doubt he cleared it with the administration, but I would imagine he.
I mean, he
talked
said
to
he did. I mean, you can.
about what
No,
he
he
was gonna
did.
do.
No,
Oh,
he
he
cleared
said
it
he
with the
cleared it?
organization. Yeah. That's
What-
like kind of how
the
this works, I think,
administration
before you
or the
go.
With
organization?
OFAC specifically, because they're the ones that enforce these kinds of sanctions. So, you know,
Okay.
and he would have to be really dumb not to. And so I some people were speculating that he knowingly violated sanctions or whatever. I just, that makes no sense. I can't see him doing that. I don't think he
Adam
wants
Schiff
to be that
comments were
kind of,
so on the nose, though. I mean, that was crazy. That was
Yeah.
just like a
yeah.
makes you
Well, but
furious.
and again,
Somebody points out that Lauren Southern and Lauren Chen are Canadian. Didn't Lauren Chen live in the United States for a prolonged period? I feel like she was based out of the United States and employed by an American employer. And I'm pretty sure that when you're employed by an American employer and inside the United States, you can still be investigated and prosecuted for aiding foreign agents. And not only that, it can be worse for you because you do not have the full privileges and rights of a United States citizen. So weirdly enough, I do understand that you're bringing up like a jurisdictional argument that perhaps if she lived in a different jurisdiction while violating laws of the United States, then it wouldn't be, you know, like appropriate for the United States to punish her. Maybe Canada would have to investigate her to see if she was violating the law. But yeah, she and her husband live in Nashville. So if she's living in Nashville and she's not even a citizen of the United States and she's taking money from a rival or enemy of the United States of America in order to violate or spread like agitational propaganda against the United States in order to counter America's foreign policy interest, then yeah, like 100%, that's almost worse. It's almost worse because she doesn't have the protections of a full citizen. So.
and he would not have this position for us. If any of us were under investigation, he'd be like,
Beef Supreme says, bro, of you wanting to keep the principle of law, stand up for pedophiles and keep them safe in prison, somebody else can do that. So for me, I think that like violations against children are so egregious that we should probably scale our violations for against children, and depending on severity, capital punishment is appropriate. So, for instance, if someone rapes an infant or a toddler, I think they should be put down by the state. If somebody rapes an adolescent or a teenager and there's like a gap, I suppose, or like some kind of pretense of a romantic relationship or whatever, we can do a totality of the circumstances on how grievous the sin is and try to, you know, result in incarceration, probably prolonged incarceration, therapy and supervised release or whatever, depending on the severity of the crime. Like, obviously, if a 27-year-old has sex with a 17-year-old, I'm probably not going to euthanize them, right? But that should be like a totality of circumstances evaluation. But once again, like my principle is a little bit more extreme than a lot of other people, where I do think that like if you rape somebody under the age of 10, you should probably be euthanized. Like either like prison without parole or euthanized, because you've basically engaged in a behavior that is so fundamentally antisocial that you are such a danger to society that you should not be allowed into the public. And depending on severity, once again, like violent or serial rape of people under the age of 10, probably euthanasia. I'm not kidding. Like that is probably something that you should be put to death for. And once again, people have reasons why they're fucked up. So what is it? Excuse me. So for instance, like, let's say somebody was like, oh, I was abused as a kid and I'm kind of fucked up and this happened to me and that traumatized me and it made me sociopathic. And then I became a drug addict and then I did this and then I did that. Well, even with all those mitigating circumstances, there still might be crimes that are so grievous that they deserve capital punishment regardless of mitigating circumstances. And it's not because you hate the person. It's because they have done something so wrong that you have to prevent harm to the rest of society. So, Cotter, would you favor the creation of a sex infractions registry that only lists people who commit less egregious sexual infractions, such as a guy who takes a sneak upskirt photo? Yes. Actually, yes. So, for instance, one of the challenges of the... I won't even bring up a specific example. I'll engage with this on principle. There was a gentleman at my high school in the 2000s. He was actually on the MTV show. Whatever MTV show where it talks about kids, who, like teenagers who do something crazy and then they almost get incarcerated or they do get incarcerated. I forget that TV show's name, but the high school that I went to had an MTV documentary done about this because it's a nice neighborhood. It's a nice suburb. No. This example isn't going to hurt anybody. And he streaked the football game. So this has been, streaking has been an American, Scared Straight, probably, if that was an MTV show. So if he streaked, which is like a generational prank, like my parents' generation streaked, Gen X streaked, Boomers streaked, the greatest generation streaked, you know? They got naked and they ran in public because it's goofy to see someone run with their twig and berries bouncing around. It is a goofy thing. It is not a sexual thing, right? And so, not only was he arrested, he was threatened with being put on the sex offense registry, and he had to hire a super aggressive lawyer to avoid being on the sex offense registry, right? That shouldn't be how the sex offense registry is used, right? And then same thing with, there are cases of like, I think a lot of Romeo and Juliet laws are like 3 years, right? Like if you're 17 and you date a 20-year-old, you're allowed to do that. But the line is very black and white. And so sometimes people will catch statutory where they're like 3 years and 2 months instead of 3 years flat. And they'll catch a sex offense registry for that. Or, peeing in public. People have gotten hit with sexual offenses for peeing in public. What's the other one? Sexual text messaging, okay? There were people, so back when I was a teenager, people shot homemade pornography on their phones and then shipped it around to each other. Teenagers, right? Like I remember one of my friends, we were all 16 at the time. He videotaped a 16-year-old flashing her tits to the cell phone camera, and that's technically child porn, right? What happened is because my generation was so flippant and crazy with the amount of things that we would videotape that, and there were like more serious ones and then there were kind of like silly prank ones. But what ended up happening is the state of Florida cracked down on that hard, like hardcore. And they went out into the schools and they said, do not record yourselves as teenagers engaging in sex acts and then send it to your friends. That is the creation and dissemination of child porn, and we will fuck you up with the longest extent of the law. And then after they did that, because people are stupid, they did get fucked by the long dick of the law. And there were teenagers who were shooting homemade pornography of each other and then sending it to each other, and they caught sex offense registry charges. And I'm sorry, like, I don't think that a 16-year-old engaging in a sex act with a 16-year-old and then texting another 16-year-old the video of the same sex act is the same as an adult engaging or like spreading a sex act between a 40-year-old and a fucking 8-year-old. You know, it's not the same thing. So, Anyways, it sucks. But yes, I do think that the sex offense registry should probably be delineated between people who are engaged in like risky behavior, but it's not inherently sexual, but we still want to keep an eye on them societally, right? In people who created like a grievous offense where if they fuck up again, they are getting incarcerated for decades or for life. There should be a delineation there somewhere, right? This was not the point of bringing up pedophiles. I know, but somebody asked the question, would I be okay with some kind of like separate sex offense registry where it's not as severe as the current sex offense registry? And I think that is, it's something worth thinking about at least. Old School for Five says, police in Portland, Oregon won't even arrest naked men for walking up to children on their parents' property. Right. Right. And then, of course, in progressive jurisdictions, it goes in the opposite direction where they're too tolerant of naked people. So there's a balance in here somewhere. That's the main thing that I'm trying to point out, is that there's a balance in here somewhere. Anyways, let's get back to the content. I need to use the restroom and get some water. I'll be right back.
Laughing his ass off and having a great time.
All right, I guess because this was so big, I have to show it. Pisco and IRI got hate, but Soy and Hutch didn't. Is it because they are on the bottom? Pisco and IRI bottoms confirmed.
This is progressive victory. This is by the way, confirmed. The progressive victory Twitter account is run by this person.
I would
Now that's
be
confirmed.
a top if I was a homosexual. Yes.
You would?
Sorry, who?
Wait, are you seeing the rumors? Sorry, go ahead. Let's do Tulsa Gabbard.
Oh, do you want to talk about? No. What rumors? What rumors, Pisco?
No. Never mind. There's some Groiper related rumors. Let's not get into them.
Groiper related rumors?
I don't know if you guys are on Groiper Twitter. I follow a lot of people who I watch a lot of Nick Fuente. I'm going to be honest with you. I watch a lot. I want to see what people are saying. I do think that there's something about their movement, and I just saw some rumors. Maybe people know anything about what I'm talking about, but put it in the chat.
You called me a Nazi sympathizer a minute ago, but
somebody says, I would see the streaking as more egregious if it's a kid's game. Well, it was a high school football game, so there were high school football players. 90% of the audience was high school or adult, but of course, there were some middle schoolers and younger kids there. So I think that's part of the reason why my gentleman who streaked that game, I think part of the reason why he was facing potential sex offense registry was because of the presence of minors under middle school age.
You watch.
When did I do that?
Nick Fuentes. That's interesting. No, I'm just playing. I know you didn't.
No, Taylor's the one that says that you sound like a white supremacist. We all know who the real Nazi accuser is.
When are we going to have her back on, by the way?
Ooh.
I don't know.
Would she agree?
We should have her on for Bagelgate. New York Bagelgate. You see that?
What
New York
happened
Post
there?
wrote they wrote a post.
Did I rewind or fast forward? I thought I rewound so I could see who ran the fucking Progressive Victory Twitter profile. Did I rewind too far?
Post how she complained about the vegan cream cheese in New York and that Mamdani should fix it. And you know what? I'm with her. I think there needs to be more vegan cream cheese. So.
Hasan threw shade at Mamdani actually when he did a stream either yesterday or today where he was talking about the subpoena thing and someone in chat was like, get Hasan or get Mamdani to fight for you or whatever, and he was like, I really doubt it, bro. I'm not a concerning incident in New York City, so I don't think he's going to do that. Which is like, yeah, you have to see it. I mean, it was like shade. He was like expressing
poor disappointment. Always the victim. Can't catch him.
Folks, Tulsa Gabbard left.
Yeah. What are you guys' thoughts? I mean, to me, this is just extra indication of rats fleeing the ship. Tulsi Gabbard is just like another, like, hey, this is going horribly. Like, I don't want to be in charge of this. But also, it seems there was like internal pressure.
I guess I missed it. If I need to go use the restroom, but if anybody knows who is running the PV Twitter account, I would be curious about what their temperament is, because it does seem that they're like giga progressive, giga woke, giga lefty, giga sympathetic to Hasan Piker. And so, that is obviously a cultural shift in Progressive Victory compared to the 2024 election cycle. So I was just curious about that. It's not a big deal. I need to go use the restroom and get some water. Enjoy these gentlemen's commentary while I'm gone.
And the reporting that I had been reading.
Apparently she was being pushed out, and sure looks like Trump is not a fan of women. It's been Bondi, Gnome, and Tulsi have been the last three dominoes, but why the fuck is Kash Patel still there? Like, like I thought for sure he was the next one up, but I was wrong about that.
And we're also getting reports, by the way, that JD Vance is thinking about not running. I mean, who knows if this is just some Rubio story or something, but like that he's thinking about foregoing the 2028 run. And I think part of that is because those figures, the quote unquote less hawkish administrative figures, are marginalized within the administration. They don't have a lot of power and they see the writing on the wall. So I actually think it makes sense. Probably would have made sense for Tulsi Gabbard to leave earlier. But yeah.
Pondering, I'd like to hear a good Pisco Trump corruption rant. Any chance the courts killed this slush fund and IRS immunity?
I'm just having trouble finding in my head someone who would have standing other than a branch of Congress. Maybe someone who thinks that they deserve weaponization fund money and like doesn't receive it can sue on the basis that it's, but like then it's on the basis of like an injury that was done or something. So I'm trying to think of like a case or controversy which would give the litigant standing. If it does happen, I do think it's probably illegal and unconstitutional.
This slush fund is on life support right now. The Republicans canceled a vote on budget reconciliation to fund ICE and CBP over this fund that has nothing to do with that. And it doesn't sound like it's going to be around much longer. They are freaking out about it.
There was some reporting that there was a behind closed doors meeting with senators, and apparently like 20 senators were screaming at Blanche, the acting AG. I think you are going to see, I know it's difficult to imagine now because Donald Trump has had this iron grip, but once we get past these midterms, and especially if they lose the Senate as well, I do think you're going to see significant number of Republicans just publicly break from Trump. And it hasn't happened yet. I understand it's just like it's difficult to imagine, but he can't run for a third term, and he is a giant rotting albatross around the neck of the party. And so many of them will flee, many of them will stay, but yeah.
Oof, I disagree, but that's a story for another day, I guess. I think what you're seeing now is there's what they're calling the YOLO caucus. I think it's a cringe name. I think it's like scorned Republicans, Massey, Cassidy, Cornyn. They're starting now to express their anger through blocking some of Trump's agenda, but those guys won't be there in the next Congress, so who knows?
You don't think they'll
YOLO caucus? Like they're just like YOLO, like throw everything at the wall, or what do you mean?
You only live once, YOLO. I guess these guys who have been
power.
It's not just guys. No, sorry. Eric Dahm asked an interesting question, and he basically said, does the sex offense registry actually prevent crime? It seems like an unhealthy societal concept for my European mind. And then Dramatic says, there's an argument that there's public shaming, but hypothetically it makes the public aware so that they can avoid the sex offense register. Registry. That's true. There's an additional component of this. So, for instance, for anybody who is convicted of sexual battery of anybody, I think under the age of 16 in my jurisdiction, they had to check in with law enforcement, or law enforcement had to check in with them, I think on a monthly basis. I think it was like a 30-day basis. Like a lot of sex offenders, I think they do it through their parole officer, but effectively every 30 days, they have to check in. If I get the timeline wrong, forgive me. But basically like the 30-day check-in is, yes, my address is here. Yes, I'm still living at this location. Yes, my phone number is still this. Yes, I still have, I haven't offended. Right? Like that's like the 30-day check-in while they're on parole or probation. And then effectively what happens is if they offend again, because some of these people will offend again, they are easy to find. And if they violate their like 30-day check-in shit, you can violate them just for that anyways. So for instance, like let's say a 30-year-old man had sex with like a 14-year-old girl, and then he disappears for 90 days. And when you find him again, he says, oh, I just got sick of reporting in. Who knows? Fuck you. You're not allowed to subpoena my shit. Fuck you. Well, at that point, you're going to jail and you're going back to prison because it is a part of the check-in process to make sure that you are easily accessible to the state. That way, if you violate your shit, you are going back to prison very easily. So I actually have... my criticisms of the sex offender registry is that when it is misapplied for someone like a teenager engaged with a teenager that is like 1 day or 1 month over the Romeo and Juliet laws, I think that's a misapplication of the law. When it comes to teenagers sending each other messages in ignorance of the law, I think that's a misapplication. When it comes to punishing streakers who actually realistically didn't hurt anybody, I think that's a misapplication of the law. When somebody is like peeing in a parking garage and they get caught by a law enforcement officer and then they're forced to register as a sex offender, I think that's a misapplication of the law. So it's not that I don't think that the system should exist. I'm okay with the system existing. I just don't like the misapplications of it. So.
Primaried by Trump or decided not to run again, like Tom Tillis in North Carolina, they're free to speak their mind, and they're kind of getting their revenge on Trump by holding up some of his stuff. And also, by the way, about as far as Tulsi goes, you know, Trump's going to have to get these new people confirmed, right? Like new attorney general, new DNI. He can have an acting person in those positions for like 270 days, and he can extend that if he wants, if they get rejected or whatever. But still, I mean, Trump's going to struggle to get his new cabinet picks confirmed with the haters now in the Senate.
Yeah, so real quick, Daz Vidania says, trust no one from Connecticut to have a good bagel take. I like that. And this was a super that didn't get read from the Live and Learn, which, sorry about that, but says they were pushing back, ascribing malicious motives on McMorrow interview. It was good, but Hutch, you spent a week on the Nazi tat and fake doctor stuff. It's frustrating, but I think we kind of covered whether or not these things were equivalent criticisms. Sorry, we didn't read that one. What do you, what is this you linked? This is
just look at the aggregate, man. I mean, like New York Times Siena poll. I mean, they're a massive outlier to be clear, but there was a New York Times Siena poll from 2 days ago that had the general ballot at D plus 18. Okay.
So like, wow.
I don't know if it's true, but that would be crazy if it was true. If it's really D plus 18, then we are winning Iowa, we are winning Texas, we might win a governor's seat.
No, Guy, you don't
Florida.
get to talk, Guy. You don't believe polls, so you don't get to point to this. You don't get to point to this.
I don't need these polls. I have special election results too, and I have fundraising to look at too.
So. Once that happens, if they really do get blown out in the midterms, then what would be the point of Republicans like sticking with Trump? Like, you know, you're going to see Cruz break away from Trump at some point because it's going to be so bad.
He is always going to be popular no matter what he does, Hutch. He's going to retain 90% plus popularity. That's never going to go away. True. And he is the leader of the Republican Party. He's the president of the United States.
Hold on. Republican approval of Donald Trump poll. Trump's approval ratings hits record low in another poll as Republicans reject anti-weaponization fund. Trump logged a 39% approval rating in Emerson's May poll, down from 40% in April, while his disapproval rating declined 1 point to 55%. The survey of 1,000 likely voters was conducted on May 24th, 25th, and has a margin of error of 3. Trump had a 34% approval rating and 59% disapproval rating in the Weekly Economist YouGov poll. The poll found the majority of Republicans, 52%, and a plurality of MAGA supporters. 45 opposed the controversial fund set up by the Justice Department. That's not what I want. I want general approval. Where is it? This is way too many polls. Where's the one that is specifically within the Republican Party? Maybe I should do the AI summary. Donald Trump's approval rating. Trump's approval sinks to new low. Donald Trump drops to a new low. Trump loses ground on several personal issues. Okay. Okay, hold on. This is it. CNN says, fact check, no, Trump doesn't have a 100% approval rating amongst Republicans. I think I've read this one before, but I'll read it again. Trump has repeatedly mentioned on March 18th television segment featuring CNN, blah, 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 that he has a 100% approval rating among supporters of Trump's Make America Great Again movement. Trump liked the segment so much he had a video of it played during the late March speech. That's understandable. Speaker at the White House said Trump this, I am at, according to CNN, 100% approval within the Republican Party. I'm at 100% approval. There are 3 false claims in these brief remarks. The poll in question wasn't a CNN poll. MAGA is not basically 100% of the party, and Trump approval rating with Republicans is far from 100% and further than it was at the beginning of the year. The 100% result Trump is touting isn't from a CNN poll. Nobody talks about CNN poll that was described because it doesn't exist. Enton's segment was about an NBC News poll. It's possible that the president was genuinely confused on this point given the segment aired on CNN. The most recent CNN SSRS poll conducted on March 26 to 30 found Trump at 80% approval amongst Republicans. Hold on. MAGA is not basically 100% of the party. There's no doubting that Trump retains a devotees, a base of supporters, that he continues to wield formidable influence within the Republican Party, but poll after poll has made it clear that the MAGA movement is not close to 100% of the party. The NBC News poll Enton was talking about, conducted in February 27th to March 3rd by Hart Research, found that 42% of the registered voters in surveyed identified as Republican or Republican-leaning, while 30% of the registered voters surveyed as supporters of the MAGA movement. Okay, so 30% of the poll is MAGA. Okay, this is the one that I probably was looking for. Trump isn't at 100% with Republicans. Trump's approval with Republicans remains high, but it's certainly not 100%, and multiple pollsters have found it has declined at least slightly over the course of 2026, and he has become more and more unpopular with the broader public. Here's a sample of the changes that have happened. The most recent CNN SSRS poll conducted on March 26 to 30 found that Trump had 80% of approval amongst Republicans. It was 87% in CNN in January. The most recent Pew Research Center poll conducted from April 20th to 26 found Trump at 68% approval among Republicans, and Republican-leaning independents, it was 73% in a Pew poll in January. The most recent AP NORC poll conducted from April 16th to 20 found Trump at 68% approval amongst Republicans and people who lean Republican. It was 81% in AP NORC poll in January. The most recent Fox News poll conducted from April 17th to 20 found a shift with Trump at 83% among Republican registered voters compared to 85% in a news poll in January. The most recent Marquette Law School conducted from April 8th to 16th found Trump at 78% approval amongst Republicans and leaners. It was 83% in a Marquette Law School poll in January. So let's do this real quick because I want to point something out to you. What is the current population of the United States? $342 million. I'm gonna take time to do a paint real quick because truth be told, this segment wasn't as long as I needed it to be. Normally it's 2 hours. We're currently at 1 hour and 10 minutes. So, you know, the live and learn guys did not give me enough spice to fight over. So let me drag out this segment a little bit in order to show you something. So let's say that the United States is 342 million people, and it divides up roughly into thirds. That is very clearly not a third. That looks closer to a third to me. So let's do this. 342 million. Now, approximately a third of the United States votes left. A third of the United States votes right. And a third of the United States either doesn't vote at all, or they're independents who only, like, you know, casually vote. They're not politically passionate. They don't really give a shit. They just show up to elections sometimes when they feel like it. So that means that each segment of the population is approximately 114 million people. Here we go. 1 second. Because this is really important, and I really do not like the naysayers in chat who just say, let's just totally give up on the right wing. I think that's fucking cringe as shit. So let's say that a substantial amount of the right-wing voting people are registered members of the Republican Party. And let's say that there are, including myself, a substantial amount of people who lean right-wing and who might even identify philosophically with the Republican Party, but they are not like Republican cultists. Okay? So let's just differentiate independents who vote in that general direction versus people who are like party sycophants. And so let's say that let's just say 80%. And by the way, one of the polls said that Trump had 68% of the Republican vote, which is substantially less than 80. But let's work with both numbers. Okay. Give me a second. I just want to delineate this for you real quick. This is the battleground for the future of the Republican Party. Let's say that 68% of the party are MAGA or Trump sympathetic. And I think the polling that we saw, by the way, was indicative that 42% of the party identified as MAGA. God damn it. Just fucking work, you piece of shit Microsoft Paint dickhead. Sorry for putting so much profanity into your earballs right now. I'm just frustrated with this. Okay. So let's say that on top of the Republican Party itself, if you just want to make it 10%, that way the Republican voting moderates or independents are not that big of a population, that's fine. Let's say 114 million people multiplied by 0.10 is 11.4. So that means that just rough math, okay? Rough math, there are 11.4 million Republican-leaning independents who vote Republican. And they are probably not Trump sycophants or cultists, just by virtue of being independents. And then let's say that they're 20% of the party, even 13%. Okay, let's go with the highest poll. 87% approval that slipped down to 80. Well, fuck that, I'm going to use 80. 114 times 0.2. That's 22 million people. $22. And then let's say it's 68%, which I think was like the lowest poll. So 68 is what? 0.32 would be the remainder. 114 million multiplied by 0.32. 36.48. The reason why I bring this number up, there's more than 11 million Republican-leaning independents. You think? Can I Google that? But would they be considered like the center non-voting bloc, or would they be considered a part of the Republican voting coalition in reference to my graph? I don't know if it matters. 45% of recent polling reflects independents. Well, that makes them even more important, don't you think? How many Republican-leaning independents are there in the U.S.? About 15% of all U.S. adults, roughly 40 million people, identify as political independents who lean towards the Republican Party. Holy shitballs. How many registered Republicans are there? Can I get an AI summary on this? How many registered Republicans are there in the United States? There are approximately 40 million registered Republicans in the United States. Nah. If it's 114 million total people who like vote right wing, then I think that number includes independents. Because if they're saying there's 40 million registered Republicans and there's 40 million people who vote Republican, that's 80 million people, which means that if it's roughly divided up into thirds, then the total number being 115 means that the independents are counted as a part of the 115. Now, I mean, that's encouraging that they self-identify as Republican-leaning independents, because that means that they're not orthodox and they might consider heterodox political ideas. But all that does is back up the numbers that I'm trying to articulate to you. Because what I'm trying to say is, this is what pisses me off about the liberals. What pisses me off about the liberals is and I can make this incredibly simple. We just Googled how many people are right-leaning independents, and it was approximately 40 million people. These elections are being determined by tens of thousands of votes. And you are saying that 40 million people are unreachable? You're saying that 40 million people don't change the outcomes of elections? You're saying that 40 million people, if they were made more moderate and more independent, they couldn't in turn moderate the Republican MAGA movement? That seems more fucking coke than my prescription. My prescription is these people are motivated by actual material grievance. They are sick of international wars. They are sick of reckless federal spending. They are sick of sending their sons and daughters off to war. They are sick of money not being spent domestically. They are sick of effectively like ineffective social programs that they think are sending bad money after good. That's what they're sick of. Okay? So while that might not line up with your specific liberal progressive worldview, those are reasonable enough concerns about the United States of America to be at least spoken to and addressed, and not treated as though they are raw, sycophantic cultists. Now, I know you're saying, well, hey, 80 million people are still cultists. And I agree with you, but you can make those people lose. And the way that you make those people lose is by getting the 40 million people to realize that their side has lost the goddamn plot. Their side has lost their fucking minds. Donald Trump is one of the least effective, stupid, dipshit fucking political presidents that we've had in a century and a half. And that's a worthwhile political project. Somebody is saying you should do daily audience polls of political leanings to see where you're getting psyoped from every single day. It's the liberals. We already know this. 70% of my audience is liberal. 30% of them are right-leaning. And like 1 to 5% of them are extremely right-wing. And 1 to 5% of them identify as extremely left-wing. So unfortunately, because I've been like the conservative, quote-unquote, heel in liberal and lefty spaces, I've attracted more pissed off liberals than I have conservatarians. So, anyways, I dragged that out, but I still think it's important to point out that those who are cynical about our opportunity to convince 40 million Americans that Donald Trump is a see you next Tuesday, they think I'm coping. I think they're coping. I don't think the numbers back up their perspective. 40 million Americans can be reached, and we should be reaching out to them. Miradol says, I'll hurt you if you call me a liberal. My apologies. All right. B for Brian says, I'm just here for the snark. Well, come back tonight. You'll be very happy. Anyways. What should I call this? Real Republican target demographic. That's what I'm talking about. 40 million motherfuckers are people that I want to reach. 40 million Americans can change the outcome of elections. Nameless Henchman says, I'm making Connor confront his ego and idea of self regarding conservatarian as a broken ideology. Self break my balls. How about that, Nameless Henchman? You only have a blue name, so people don't twist your testicles unnecessarily in my chat. But I do not think that you are a spiritual grill hottest. I think you are a dissident who keeps us on our toes. Demon King Drago says, Connor, I had a question for you that you missed. Well, type it out again because I'm not scrolling up. I'm sure we got between 50 and 150 people, and chat is relatively moving. So write it again in @Valor Media Network in order to get my attention. Also, like the stream. Share it with your friends. Engage with chat. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I appreciate you. All right, let me save this, and if there's anything left out of the Live and Learn segment, let's squeeze the last little bit of brain juice out of this segment. We got 4 minutes of brain juice left on this little segment.
States you cannot win going against him as a Republican.
In the same New York Times Siena poll, they asked Republican voters if the next nominee for president should be like Trump or do something new, and it was like 40% of the party said do something new. That's
I understand
a lot. That's
party's
a lot.
dead, Hutch. It's already dead.
You can't go against him.
It is.
Just can't go against him though.
You can when he drops down into the fucking like 20s.
Look at Biden.
Like approval.
It was impossible. You couldn't go out there. Like Kamala could not shit on Biden. It just would not have gone over well.
Biden wasn't this unpopular.
Christine News says W Seggy, which is like a Xander Hall snark comment. Okay, can I share this little bit of lore before we keep moving? So Xander Hall did this segment where he's basically appealing to progressives and he's saying like, hey, you really need to get behind my channel. You need to like the stream and share it with your friends, engage with chat and super chats if you got them and memberships if you got them. And the truth is that if we all rallied as progressives and lefty content creators, then we could actually re-energize our character or our channels, and then we could have more of an impact in the political zeitgeist. So you guys need to watch my videos all the way through. You need to like and comment all the way through. You need to do all this kind of stuff. And basically what he's trying to do is he's trying to align the lack of momentum on his channel with the lack of momentum associated with the Democratic Party, and therefore energize his audience in order to do it. And his chat is like super slow. And he's like, I think that was a good segment. What do you guys think? I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was pretty good. And then somebody just puts like W Seggy in the chat, but it's like one of like 4 responses. It's very mean. It's very funny. Demon King Drago says, I wondered how many people were like my mom, who's registered Republican but hasn't voted Republican since Nixon because she hated the direction they were going. Well, I'll tell you, my parents were both diehard Reagan Republicans all the way through Romney, and they voted for Trump 1.0 for the Supreme Court nominations, and they voted against Trump in 20 and 24. So I think my dad did protest votes. You know, he voted for like Britney Spears or Mickey Mouse or some shit. And then my mom actually did vote for a Democrat. So it's okay to be mean to Xander Hall. You know what? I know I'm doing ADD right now and I'm dragging out the segment. My apologies to my serious people who just want me to move on to serious content. But I'm dragging it out a little bit because the debate content or the personality content does a little bit better than Geopol. And I know we're going to lose 10 or 20 people when we move into Geopol. I want Xander Hall to win. I want Xander Hall to win. I want Xander Hall to go outside. I want him to get some vitamin D. I want him to start eating vegetables. I want him to start lifting weights. I want him to stop smoking marijuana. And I want him to be more intentional about his content creating career and therefore stop being a midwit dipshit. A midwit dipshit chasing a dead channel. I want him to actually he was like, oh, I was so entrenched in the alt-right. I was reading Jordan Peterson books. Go read those books again. Go read the Jordan Peterson books again and actually implement the lessons that are there. What are the 12 rules for life? Please tell me, liberals and progressives. Tell me where you disagree with these rules. Because I think these rules are good. Stand up with your shoulders straightened back. He goes into the psychology of confidence and how even physically projecting confidence can alter the way that you interact with the world. Treat yourself like someone you are responsible for helping. Holy fucking shit, could Destiny fucking benefit from that advice. So could Xander Hall substantially. Befriend people who want the best for you. Holy shit, could both Xander Hall and Destiny benefit from that advice. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday, not to who someone else is today. Correct. This is just good advice. Do not let your children do anything that makes you dislike them. Excellent advice. I love it. I live by this one every single day. I actually do love this advice. Set your house in perfect order before you criticize the world. That's bullshit. That's cringe. That's gay. You can set your house in good order, but the nature of entropy is that it's a constant process of revivification and reorientation. So putting your house in perfect order before you criticize the world is a little silly. I would say put your home in good order before you criticize the world. Pursue what is meaningful, not as what is expedient. That's excellent. B for Brian says clean your room. Also, wash your penis. Okay? Wash your penis and clean your room. Tell the truth or at least don't lie. I'm trying to live that one as much as possible. Assume the person that you are listening to might know something that you don't. That is excellent. Excellent rhetorical, conversational, and pro-social advice. Be precise in your speech. I'm going to go ahead and ignore that one. Do not bother children when they are skateboarding. Allow children to be adventurous and do not harass them when they are being adventurous. Pet a cat when you encounter one in the street. That's excellent advice. Literally, be kind to random creatures in your environment. It is good for you. It is good for the random creatures in your environment. Okay? So my point is that Xander Hall went on this whole fucking rant about how he was entrenched in the alt-right because he listened to fucking Sargon of Akkad and he read Jordan Peterson's books. Go reread them. Let's write some new rules for life, okay? Real quick. I know I'm being obnoxious, but let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and do it. We're gonna write new rules for life. Okay, 1. Wash your penis. 2. Put your house in moderate order before shit-talking people on the internet. 3. No BPD girls unless you marry them. If you break it, you buy it. What's a few other good ones? Wash your penis, put your house in moderate order before shit talk. Go outside and get sun at least 10 minutes a week. Hold on. Let me expand these because I think we can really write like the Twitch poll rules for life. 5. When crashing out, go for a walk around the block. What else do you have? Oh yeah, have a bank account and cancel some of your prescriptions. 7. Only DoorDash twice a month as a treat. What else? What else you got? MS Paint is not as good as World Processor. Read the conditioner bottle instead of scrolling 1 out of 3 poops. Oh, eat a vegetable or fruit once a week. Okay. Reduce your marijuana. Okay, hold on. Make sure your work is done before you get stoned or drunk out of your mind. Twice a month? Yeah. What is it, like $30 per DoorDash? $60 a month? I think that's okay. There's fucking fail sons and fail daughters who DoorDash like every goddamn day. So, wash penis again. I'm going to do that just because we should probably emphasize hygiene. No, I want to get to 12 rules. I want to get to 12. Yeah. But, okay, so let's read them again and see if they become, if we can think of another one that's obvious. Wash your penis. Put your house in moderate order before shit-talking people on the internet. No BPD e-girls unless you marry them. If you break it, you buy it. Go outside and get sun at least 10 minutes a week. When crashing out, go for a walk around the block. Have a bank account and cancel some of your, not prescriptions, subscriptions. Let me change that. Subscriptions. And when crashing out on Twitter/Discord, go for a walk around the block. Only DoorDash twice a month as a treat. Eat a vegetable or fruit once a week. Make sure your work is done before you get stoned or drunk out of your mind. Wash your penis again. I need 2 more rules. And 2 of them are wash your penis. Oh, okay. Have a hobby unrelated to gooning. I like that. Oh, have a hobby unrelated to gooning. And then this is going to be my rule, but I'm open to this. Do not spend so much time on the internet hating on other people's lives that you forget to live your own life. Oh, somebody wants me to put grill in there. Wash your penis, put your house in moderate order before shit-talking people on the internet. No BPD e-girls unless you marry them. If you break it, you buy it. Go outside and get sun at least 10 minutes a week. When crashing out on Twitter, Discord, go for a walk around the block. Have a bank account and cancel some of your subscriptions. Only DoorDash twice a month as a treat. Should I put 13 rules for life and just say learn to grill? Learn to grill. Cook food / chill and enjoy existence. How's this? I think this is fine. I think I can change 10. Nah, I'm okay. I do want to remind people, I do want to remind young men to wash their penis twice. Like, I think that's sufficiently... Cook meat, don't beat your meat. Walk your dog. Yeah. I think that goes... I think that falls under other rules, though. All right. If not grill, then hobo stew. Learn to grill and or hobo stew. I'm okay with 13 rules for life. Okay? The reason why I'm okay with 13 rules for life is because 13 is obviously associated with bad luck, but anybody who needs the 13 rules for life is like, they're obviously not doing great. This is the 13 rules for life before you get to the 12 rules for life. And I also think that the bad luck of 13 is ironic because, did you know that Caesar's Legion was the 13th Legion? And that the Ultramarines are the 13th Legion of the Adeptus Astartes? So, 13 rules for life, I think is quite funny. I shit you not. I borderline want to write like 13 rules for life, and then it's like 13 rules for life, a cynical guide to self-improvement, And then I kind of feel like I should write like a pop psychology book modeled after Jordan Peterson's 12 Rules for Life. And, fucking sell it on Amazon. Because I could 100% write a chapter on the importance of washing your penis and putting your house in moderate order. 100% I could write chapters on that. So, anyways. I'll leave this here. Here's my 13 rules for life. I'm going to read them one more time for comedic effect, and then we'll move on. 13 rules for life. Wash your penis. Put your house in moderate order before shit-talking people on the internet. No BPD e-girls unless you marry them. If you break it, you buy it. Go outside and get sun at least 10 minutes a week. When crashing out on Twitter or Discord, go for a walk around the block. Have a bank account and cancel some of your subscriptions. Only DoorDash twice a month as a treat. Eat a vegetable or fruit once a week. Make sure your work is done before you get stoned or drunk out of your mind. Wash your penis again. Have a hobby unrelated to gooning. Do not spend so much time on the internet hating on other people's lives that you forget to live your own. Learn to grill, cook food / chill and enjoy existence. All right. Have a conversation with a stranger every other month. Oh, that's awesome. All right. Not 11, 12. No, we're going for 13. We're embracing the unluckiness. Yeah, rule number 14, like the stream indeed. All right, y'all are wilding out a little bit, but I do think it's funny. Okay. Sorry, I still think we have like 2 minutes left. So let's just do the last 2 minutes and then we'll move on.
Popular.
He was pretty unpopular.
It's a cult. It's a cult, and it will remain a cult till the day he dies. That's my view. Guys, I have to go soon. I have a debate at 9 on court packing. So if you want to see court packing debates, it'll happen in 8 minutes.
Who's it against? Who are you fighting?
I have no idea. Someone just said court packing debate. I said yes, and it's I have no idea.
No idea. What if you walk in and it's Bernstein and Emma Vigeland?
I'll be like, I don't know if it's genocide. I guess so. Medicare for some. I don't know.
All right.
I'm playing.
Okay,
I'm playing.
well,
come on,
guys, check out Pisco's debate after we wrap up. And anything else to shout out, Pisco?
Nothing. Let me think. Oh, another court packing debate this week with Ryan Mullally, who we colluded against in a dark corner of the internet, and we didn't want him to grow or anything. So that's why we didn't have him on before. But now we finally have organized the debate with Ryan Mullally on the very same issue. That'll be this week, the 28th, I believe. You can check my Twitter.
All right, thank you, guys.
Also,
what's going on with you
sorry.
One,
I did one other thing. The Gilmore and Gondam show. I talked a lot about stuff there. Section 3 of the 14th Amendment. Talk about Democrats. Talk about Israel, Palestine. So that's on my collaboration. So you can watch it there.
Okay, right on. Guy, what do you got going on this week?
I don't have anything scheduled, but I did post a video on my YouTube, as Pisco mentioned, that Ken Martin should not resign. So if you want to go check it out there and let me know in the comments if you disagree with me, I'd love to hear from you. So I encourage people to check that out on my YouTube page.
All right, go watch this new vid. On my end, I got a WIC panel on the Hasan subpoena thing on Wednesday, and I'm trying to get my new Woke 2 video out this week, but it might be next week, guys. So keep an eye out on that. And Hutch, what's going on with you?
First of all, Vishy wants me to read a $2 donation. Progressive Victory is the loser left. I'm not going to read the rest of it.
Well, Vishy, if you want them not to be the loser left, you should donate more than Ben did to me. So
I am just feasting on just this most succulent drama slop for the last week and a half. So probably do some more of that this week. Tomorrow, I'm not probably not gonna stream because got to take my kitty to the vet in the morning. So if I just...
How come you guys aren't over there giving fucking Hutch shit? How come his chat isn't giving him shit for engaging in drama slop? Why is Hutch getting a pass? This is bullshit. You guys fucking come in my chat. You're like, Connor, stop it with the slop. It's bad for you. Meanwhile, Hutch is over there fucking slopping it up unchallenged. God, you guys are dicks.
Stream it'll be late, but yeah.
Vet stream.
Yeah. No. That's true. Might be bad news.
Shout out to the cat. I hope he's okay. Hard to hear that. Thanks for tuning in, guys. Catch you next week. Check all of these people out. Should we announce some sort of the project? No, next week. All right, next week. All right, cool. All right.
Well, we are only at 11:44. I normally try to pull, a fucking. I typically try to pull a. How do I phrase this? I try to go until 12:30 normally, but I'm okay with moving into some Geopol if you guys are into Geopol. Now, I want to set up a conversation between Arthur and I. Truth be told, I'm not really interested in a one-on-one right now. I'm still a little spicy and a little sensitive right now. So I think it would upset my tummy to do a one-on-one. So what do you guys have for me? Should I just type in William Spaniel? Should I type in Chris Cappy? Should I type in... I should do SFO? For real? I thought SFO did... Short, fat, otaku. Oh. Firechild says, because Hutch isn't losing his mind like you are, you look bad, he doesn't. Yeah, don't think I didn't notice you, Firechild. So, Firechild, you find out that your friend, who is being sued for a substantial amount of money, who's lost $800,000 in his lawsuit, is doing age play with a BPD Discord girl, and you tell him that he's a fucking retard and he's ruining his life. Okay? That was in November. In November, I told Steven he was ruining his life. And then on Friday, my friend tells me, hey, you need to ban these people without evidence, or I'm not going to be your friend anymore. And everybody hates me because they ain't me. There's no good reason to hate me. Which is absolutely delusional and the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my entire life. So I tell him to fuck off on Friday. And then I find out on Friday, Saturday, I think, that he is still sexting the BPD e-girl and within the past 72 hours, I have found evidence that they did more than babysitter roleplay shit. And you think I'm the one who needs to fucking chill the fuck out? How about you go tell your fucking internet dad to stop role-playing fucking pedophilic scenarios? How about that shit? All right? Don't tell me it's normal. Don't tell me jerking off the pedophilic scenarios is normal. Don't fucking tell me that shit. It's not normal. It's freak shit. Steven's destroying himself. And I'm not interested in being a part of his self-destruction. So, if it wasn't the merits, it's the approach. Okay. I don't care. My retarded friend is being retarded. I'm going to call my friend retarded. Okay. Do you, this would be an okay segment. Patriarch, you are the Geopol guy. So are you okay with doing a 30-minute Hasan Piker subpoena video and then moving to Geopol? Link proof? Sure. I got you. Don't worry about it. I'll be talking to somebody tonight about that. Yeah, I got proof. I have a substantial amount of proof. And it will be shared with the internet. So anyways, Hasan Piker, Patriarch, are you good with this segment? You're the only person's opinion that I care about. I'm just going to do it because Patriarch suggested it. Sure. Okay. We'll move into Geopol quickly.
Oh man, what's going on here? Feds subpoena Hasan Piker, Medea Benjamin over Cuba trips. Investigation.
They're asking for proof that Steven engaged in the bad shit that I'm talking about. Who are you going to be talking to? Beckett.
Part of broader dragnet involving as many as 40 American citizens who joined Marxist convoy to Havana. Not gonna lie, I have no idea who Medea Benjamin or any of the other people are, but Hasan Piker, now that's a name that I know. I haven't really spoken about him since the Shocktober 7th controversy, so this is a great time to get caught up on what he's been doing. Let's start at the beginning. After Trump's administration took out Maduro in Venezuela, the Venezuelan government stopped sending oil to Cuba. As a result, Cuba began to experience a fuel shortage. During February 2026, left-wing activists began to lay the groundwork for the Nuestra America convoy, a plan where aid was going to be shipped from Mexico to Cuba, bypassing American waters. By March 2026, the ship set sail, carrying 100 solar panels, along with 50 tons of food and medicine. The ships also contained 650 left-wing activists from various countries, with the most high-profile names being Jeremy Corbyn and Hasan Piker. Of course, the Cuban regime was happy to accept both the aid and the activists, the former for material purposes, the latter for propaganda. After the ships made landfall, the social media accounts of these people rapidly filled up with posts showing just how awesome the Cuban government actually is. Anyone with a brain understood that this was literally just poverty tourism though, and frankly it was not a good look for all of these privileged rich leftists to go to Cuba and basically wealth mog their way across the country. For example, the shirt Hasan was wearing in this pic, yeah, that cost $700. $1,500 ring, $1,400 glasses, and he doesn't even look that good. What the fuck?
What's up, guys? I'm Hasan Piker. I'm here in Havana, Cuba, right now on a humanitarian aid mission alongside numerous other organizations, including but not limited to the DSA. And my goal here today is to bring awareness to what my government, the United States of America, has done to the Cuban population.
Okay, Hasan, your intention was to bring awareness to the plight of the Cubans. How did you do that exactly? Painting a mural while sipping on Starbucks? Holding a giant party? Using...
Oh shit. Does Cuba have Starbucks? Hold up.
Up the last few drops. Painting a mural?
Damn, bro. Okay, so hold on. I'm gonna tell you of my love for the Cuban people before I kind of go into what I think is valid criticism versus invalid criticism. Okay? So, I love Cubans because I live in Florida. And Cubans are oftentimes conservative, socially and economically conservative Hispanics who have fled a socialist regime and since then have continued to flee the socialist regime on makeshift watercraft looking for a better life. And they typically have integrated into America and integrated into Florida pretty easily. They are truly like some of the most integrated fucking immigrants that I know are Cuban Americans. And oftentimes they are American patriots as a product of the wet foot, dry foot policy that America has adopted for like the past like 50 years. So I think Cuba is actually only 90 miles. Somebody could correct me on the exact distance, but I think it's only 90 miles off of the southern tip of Florida. And so as a result, there will be Cubans who will actually get on makeshift watercraft and drift through the fucking Caribbean in order to land on the United States. And the United States, as a diplomatic and economic and political offering, has stated that anybody who comes here from Cuba can stay. You know, they're not considered illegal immigrants. We will give them a protected visitation status. They are allowed to stay because we think that the socialist and communist regime of Cuba can eat a dick. And so if the best and brightest of Cuba want to stay to the United, or they want to come to the United States and they want to stay in the United States, we will welcome them with open arms. Okay. That's been like a pseudo-official policy of the United States for, I think, 50 years. I think Trump might have actually canceled it recently. Give me a second because this is actually important. Is the wet foot, dry foot policy for Cubans still in effect? No, the wet foot, dry foot policy is no longer in effect. The Obama administration officially ended the policy in January of 2017, which I think is fucked up, by the way. Today, any Cuban national attempting to enter the United States unlawfully, whether intercepted at sea or apprehended on land, is subject to the same removal processes. This sucks. I would actually sincerely criticize the Obama administration for this. Fuck you, Obama. I knew your tan suit fucking communist Muslim ass would fucking kick out the Cubans. You dick. Now, part of the reason why, let me steel man it though. Part of the reason why that we ended the wet foot, dry foot policy in 2017 is because Obama, how did he end it in 2017? Didn't Trump win in 16? Oh, he literally ended it as he was leaving office. What a dick. What a dick. Thanks, Obama. Wow, what an asshole. Okay, well, this definitely made me think that Obama's a pretty big fucking asshole. Literally on his like last 4 days of office, he was like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fuck over Cuban refugees coming to the United States. That is very rude. Fuck you, Obama. What the fuck was that? So anyways, but part of the reason why this happened was because Obama was trying to do rapprochement with Cuba. And I want to look up this word before I use it improperly. Rapprochement is the establishment or reestablishment of friendly and harmonious relations between two opposing groups, factions, or nations, typically following a period of hostility or estrangement. So he was trying to engage in rapprochement with Cuba, where he was normalizing tourism to the country. I think Trump has since reversed this policy. And so, I am torn. I am torn between my love of the Cuban people and my desire to see them free from authoritarian communism, and also sympathizing with the Cuban people who I think they're some of the nicest, kindest, best cookingest, big bootiest, danciest people I have ever met in my entire life. And so I'm torn. I'm truly torn on this issue.
While sipping on Starbucks, holding a giant party, using up the last few drops of oil that Cuba had left? Speaking of that, here's a video that a local Cuban uploaded, where the entire city had its power cut off, except for the hotel the influencers were staying at. Gotta make sure Hasan and his pals have the best possible story to send back home. By the way, when I said poverty tourism, I meant it, because Hasan literally talked about throwing money at the poors for his own gratification.
Shouts out to the Hasan Abi head at TSA that let me pass through without giving me too much grief, as I had wads and wads of cash on me. That was really funny, because I walked through TSA and I got a fat stack on me, and it looks a lot more than it actually is, because it's like small bills. That's what they told us. They were like, oh, like it's very, you know, you should bring small bills and, you know, just give people money, right? So I came in with this shit, okay? And it looks a lot more than it actually is, okay?
So that is Hasan's Cuba trip in a nutshell. Anyone who isn't a socialist hack saw this for what it was, a mostly performative propaganda / clout trip to Cuba. I'm sure the actual aid they brought was used and appreciated by whoever got it. I don't think it was ever independently confirmed where any of that shit went. But the actual purpose of the trip was to make pampered Western leftists feel good about themselves, and to give the Cuban government a propaganda pipeline into Western social media. Also, if you pointed this out or made fun of it in any way, even if you were a liberal, online leftists would call you a MAGA, fascist, Nazi reactionary, or whatever the fuck. The Hasan Piker Cuban trip, outside of Hasan's home community, basically just amounted to a funny, stupid thing that happened on social media, and then immediately faded into irrelevance because frankly, who gives a shit? It was forgotten like 5 minutes after it happened, until Trump's DOJ announced a potential criminal probe into Hasan for the event. Remember, the US government still has an embargo on Cuba that stretches back decades, and like it or not, Hasan as an American citizen may have actually violated the law. Let's take a look at what information the American government is requesting from Hasan. The Requests for Information, or RFI, seek financial, logistical, and communications information revolving around trips Hasan bragged about making to the island nation in March, with delegations of the Nuestra America convoy, from a global network of communist sympathizers, activists, and influencers who brought supplies to the country's ruling Communist Party of Cuba. Another high-profile member of the convoy was Jody Evans, the founder of the global feminist activist organization Code Pink. Evans is married to Neville Roy Singham, an American business tycoon who is politically extremely pro-socialist. He lives in China, and he uses his wealth to promote pro-Chinese Communist Party initiatives around the globe, including funding the Nuestra America convoy. Basically, this guy is the left-wing equivalent of the Koch brothers or Peter Thiel, who use their immense wealth to fund right-wing activism. By the way, I'm not schizo posting here. This is all public information, and here's another influencer who was on the trip confirming it's all true.
People's Forum is funded by a Chinese billionaire. You hear that about PSL a lot, and there is a Chinese billionaire who gives PSL some money sometimes, but the Chinese billionaire gives People's Forum a lot of money, and they posted a really funny thing about it back in 2021 that I want to show you. So they said, for months we've been the target of a campaign that alleges our funding comes from dark money. A few years ago, we met Roy Singham, a Marxist comrade who sold his company and donated most of his wealth to nonprofits that focus on political education, culture, and internationalism. It seems to bother some folks that we receive funding that furthers our anti-imperialist politics. It seems to bother them even more that our funder is also a staunch anti-imperialist whose work goes back to the Black Panthers and the LRBW in Detroit. Yeah, everybody always talks about this Chinese billionaire thing. So we're going to open this from the Black Agenda Report and learn about him really fast. The folks who make allegations against us are steeped in the worst kind of racism, believing somehow that our funding robs us of agency and self-determination. Roy follows in the footsteps of his father, Archie, a committed activist for national liberation. We've got that open too. Ultimately, our solidarity with the peoples and countries at the epicenter of the struggle against U.S. imperialism will not be moved by the racist allegations made by the people who loudly echo State Department and Pentagon discourse. So I thought this was really, really funny. Yeah, free Puerto Rico. We had Puerto Ricans on our delegation too, and we refer to them as their own country the whole time. So this is an article from...
Weirdly enough, this is where you kind of need to decide where your loyalties lie. And I'm not trying to be like hyperbolic or extreme or whatever. You just need to analyze the power dynamics of the United States, its history in the 20th and 21st centuries, and see if you're okay with it or not, or if you think it's good on the whole or not. So for instance, like in the 1940s, there was like an anti-communist purge in Malaysia. Anti-communist purge in Malaysia? Or was it Indonesia? The Malayan emergency experienced no mass-scale civilian massacres like the Indonesian purges of 1965. Okay, Indonesia. Let's check out the Indonesian one. Indonesian. Anti-communist purge in Indonesia. Indonesian mass killings of 1965 to 1966. From October 65 to 66, a series of large-scale killings and civil unrest primarily targeting members and supposed sympathizers of the Communist Party of Indonesia took place. Other affected groups included alleged sympathizers, Gurwani women, trade unionists, ethnic Javanese Abangans, ethnic Chinese, atheists, and other non-Muslims and leftists. In general, according to the most widely published estimates, at least 500,000 to 1 million people were killed. Some of the higher estimates reach figures as much as 2 to 3 million. The killings, sometimes described as a politicide and occasionally as a genocide, were instigated by the Indonesian army under Suharto. Research and declassified documents demonstrate that Indonesian authorities received support from foreign countries such as the United States and the United Kingdom. So I think that Doobie, of all people, has brought up, is it a documentary called The Act of Killing? The Act of Killing documentary, which is where the people who perpetuated the politicide reenacted the event. And this was written about in American propaganda, effectively like praising them as anti-communist freedom fighters. Oh, the anti-communist freedom fighters are wiping out the communists. Aren't they so patriotic and based? Meanwhile, men and women were being mass slaughtered in the kind of ways that we criticize the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany for the way that they conducted themselves during the Cultural Revolution and, the Cultural Revolution, the Great Leap Forward, and the, what's the other one? And the Holocaust. So this is where American history gets a little bit more fucked up, right? Because while I can agree with the general concept of opposing communism and socialist revolution through a battle of ideas in the public sphere and ultimately armed conflict if it's necessary, I cannot and will not ever endorse the mass slaughter of civilians in order to politicide your enemies out of the national discourse. That's not something that I would ever, like, you can fight a civil war and lose. You can fight a civil war and win. I don't think you should ever commit a politicide. So, this is the kind of shit that, Doobie and probably leftists bring up, that we are constantly lecturing Nazi Germany on fascist purges of ethno-religious and political dissident, ethno-religious minorities and political dissidents. We are constantly wagging the finger at China and at Russia for their politicides, and yet we were willing to support a politicide in Indonesia. So, history's fucked up and complex. Real Serious for 100 Argentinian says, I may be totally wrong, but it makes sense diplomatically. I doubt the Cuban government liked the policy, and if the U.S. dropped that, they may have made other concessions. Correct. The problem with rapprochement in reference to Cuba is that, are we going to collapse the Cuban communist government because we are so economically, socially, and diplomatically close to Cuba that eventually the people will see the wealth that is in the United States of America and decide that they want the independent free markets and liberal democracy that Americans have due to tourism, proximity, wealth generation, et cetera, or will they devolve into China, where China takes all the wealth and personal development of state capitalism, but then uses the wealth of state capitalism to bolster an authoritarian Orwellian security state that slaughters political dissidents and has the technology to do so. And so that's an interesting moral gambit. You know, do you engage in rapprochement with the Cuban government in hopes of collapsing it, or do you try to strangle it from the outside? And the truth is, like, I genuinely do not know the answer. Because the Soviet Union we strangled to death, but we did so by normalizing relations with China. But then China has been a state capitalist pain in our ass since the 1970s. So will Cuba collapse under the diplomatic, economic, and cultural pressure of the United States when we open up tourism and political and diplomatic rapprochement? Or will they become a Chinese-style Orwellian dictatorship? And I truly do not know. Connor, can you react to Myron Gaines from Fresh and Fit getting cooked by DJ Academics? What was the topic of discussion? It would either have to be culture war or politics for me to be interested in. All right. 200 Argentinian pesos from Real Serious. Since we're on documentaries, I recommend The Emperor's Naked Army Marches On, about a Japanese World War II veteran who goes around marching for his former superiors and beating them up for their role in humanitarian crimes. That's kind of cool. That's kind of awesome. All right. Anyways, let us continue. I need to use a restroom. I'll be right back.
From 2021. This is about Roy Singham, right? This is a great article you can read if you want to learn more about the Chinese billionaire funding left-wing movements out here in the United States. He does fund some stuff. It's certainly not the sole source of most people's funding. And also, who cares? He's a leftist. He sold his company, he got rich, he wants to give all his money away, right? If fucking Cardi B was doing all of this for the Democratic Party, you'd be patting her on the back, right? Oh, Singham is the same. Yeah, he's the same guy that they say funds PSL. But PSL also, I know, is like member funded mostly. It's not like, I don't know. They try to make it seem like the Chinese Communist Party is secretly running these like little campaigns out here. You know what I mean? I wish, first of all, that would be dope as hell if we all just got paid to be communists by the Chinese Communist Party. I'd be so on board. But no, he's just a guy who gives money to a lot of different orgs that promote politics he likes. And some in the United States, some Marxist orgs in the United States get money from him too.
The idea that Hasan might face some sort of legal repercussion for his part in the convoy had been floated around on Twitter ever since he got back to the States. Apparently, the influencers may have stayed at a hotel that the US government blacklists as part of the embargo, a fact that Hasan himself was stupid enough to signal boost on his Twitter. Well, good job, you fucking sped, because that was the rationale the US government used to begin its investigation. However, it's my personal opinion that they've basically just been waiting for an excuse to get Hasan on something. Don't get me wrong, couldn't have happened to a more deserving bozo. Trump versus Hasan is absolutely one of those cases where it's the two retards fighting meme. And really, it's a shame they both couldn't lose. But Fox News has been covering Hasan more and more recently, and the Trump administration is made up of idiots who genuinely watch and take inspiration from Fox News. So maybe that's why it's all finally going down right now. However, there's actually a really interesting series of events unfolding at the moment. Liberals and Democrats are overwhelmingly refusing to show solidarity with Hasan Piker, even though Libs and Dems also hate Trump, and that has massively pissed off the socialists. I want to dig into this, so let's go down a rabbit hole. I'll start us off with a quick refresher. When Destiny went into Israel to look into that country's situation, here is what Hasan's reaction was.
Did you learn that Divorcelli is going to Israel, Palestine to talk to people there? He's not going to Israel, Palestine. He's doing a media tour, most likely, I suspect, paid for by the Israeli government. Who gives a shit?
Okay, to me, that sounds an awful like what Hasan did in Cuba. Regardless of how you feel about Destiny, his interviews from that trip show pretty clearly this was not just some kind of partisan pro-Israeli propaganda tour. He's asking real people real questions about the situation, while Hasan's trip to Cuba was actually the media tour. The reason I'm bringing this up, though, is because this might be the most projection I've ever seen out of Hasan, and I want you to keep his words in mind as we go over this. For those of you who don't recall, Hasan made a similar propaganda trip to China back in November of 2025. I was actually working on a video showing how ridiculous it was at the time, which ultimately went unfinished. Sorry about that. Blame unmedicated ADHD or something. But you know what? I'm gonna adapt parts of that video into this video. Hasan's China trip was a total propaganda shitshow, covering pretty much every base. Performative amazement at so-called advanced technology, which actually isn't advanced compared to what the West can do? Check. Broadening your horizons by experiencing Chinese culture, which is actually all about how Chinese culture is superior and chauvinism is holding the West back? Check. Getting harassed by secret police while live streaming and continuing to simp for them anyway? Check.
Good on there, but my internet is not so good. Okay, we'll
on your
back. Okay,
the internet on your phone, I think.
We're back.
No, really. Here's what he had to say about getting accosted by the Chinese police for the crime of streaming at Tiananmen Square.
Whenever the police showed up, they thought, so that thing that we went to, okay, the flag raising ceremony that we went to is not a thing that white people normally go to, right? It's not normally something that like white people attend, right? And I assume that they are probably extra attentive and extra careful about people coming to do some fuck shit, because like by and large, especially like the government is aware of like how they are perceived, or how much like the anti-Chinese propaganda exists out there. And I think the older people are also aware of it as well, but I think the younger populations in China are ironically enough less aware. Like the younger normies are less aware of the animosity that exists, which shouldn't exist at all, obviously, but unfortunately does. And it's almost entirely one-sided, entirely designed by America. But yeah, we were.
What a dick. Listen, I'm gonna pull a Hutch, and I'm gonna be like, oh, like, it's bad that he's being prosecuted by the American government, but it's hard for me to sympathize with him. You know why? Hold on. Let's. Should I do the great? How many Chinese people died during the Great Leap Forward? Between 15 and 50 million died in the mainland China during the 1959-1961 Great Chinese Famine. Okay. So I want to point this out because it would be funny if so many people didn't fucking die, right? So what often happened times, or what happened times? What happened times? What the fuck am I talking about? Often what happens with socialist regimes in the 20th century is when they get control, they know that they must assert dictatorial control over the society and must enter into command economy dynamics. Okay? So, China, in the middle 20th century, after the end of the century of humiliation, Mao Zedong is a dipshit, and he believes in mass proletarian revolution. So he thinks that it is wise to order vast swaths of the civilian population to begin producing steel in their backyard. And so they make a shitload of steel in their backyard that sucks so bad that it's unusable. And what's happening simultaneous to this is the, what is it? Like, because of the lack of agricultural production, there is less food than normal. Simultaneous to this, Mao Zedong orders the mass slaughter of sparrows because sparrows are stealing grain from the working class. What he failed to realize, because he's a fucking dipshit, and this is one of the reasons why centralized power is so fucking bad, is when centralized power does something good, it does something good really, really, really fast. When centralized power does something bad, it does something bad really, really, really fast. And so not only was there production issues of agricultural products due to the ordering of steel production, they also killed all the birds that ate all the insects that kept Chinese agricultural production in a level of, might be the wrong word, but homeostasis. And this caused one of the most devastating famines in human history, resulting in 15 to 55 million dead. Now, that's already pretty bad. But what happened was there were districts of China that were aligned with the Communist Party, and openly so. A majority of the population was sympathetic to the Communist Revolution. They proudly praised the Communist Revolution. They sent their sons and daughters to fight. And so as a result, those were the priorities during the famine. There were districts that were critical of the Chinese Communist government, that were critical of Mao Zedong and his revolutionaries, that didn't send their sons and daughters to fight during the revolution. And as a result, Mao Zedong intentionally distributed what food was available by force to the districts that politically supported him, and he starved to death the districts that were suspected of being nationalist and capitalist sympathizers. So if you want to bitch to me about the Indonesian politicide of 1 million people, which I agree is absolutely fucking horrid, then I want to hear you talk about the Chinese politicide of 15 to 55 million people caused by the stupidity of a single man. Yeah, the Great Reap Forward. True. So that was one incident. The other incident of politicide was during the 1960s, Mao Zedong could feel his grip on power loosening. There were people who wanted to revert to a state capitalist model because they believed that they were falling behind the West. And as a result, there were probably two kinds of capitalists. There were capitalists who wanted to revert to capitalism and liberal democracy because they believed that it was a better model. And then there were state capitalists who wanted to institute state capitalism because they believed that the material conditions of China were not sufficiently developed, and the command economy that Mao Zedong had instituted was holding Chinese greatness back. Mao Zedong hated both of these groups of thought. And so he whipped up the younger generation into a frenzy known as the Chinese Cultural Revolution. Casualties. And so what happened is casualties from the Chinese Cultural Revolution from 1966 to 1976 are officially estimated to include at least 1.5 to 2 million deaths, with tens of millions of people more subjected to persecution, imprisonment, torture, or permanent displacement. So once again, I am perfectly aware of Western and American imperial sins. We can 100%. You want to talk about the Bengali famine during World War II? Sure, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the Indonesian politicide of 1 million people that was supported the United States? Let's talk about it. I'll be 100% open about it. But why don't we also talk about the 1.5 to 2 million people that were politicized in 1966 to 1976 by a state that Hasan Piker praises. And not only that, while he's critical of the persecution of American imperial hegemony in the Republic of the United States, where he is free to criticize the United States, while he's in China, the mere fact that he is a foreigner in Tiananmen Square is enough for him to be detained by law enforcement and investigated to see if he is an anti-communist agitator. What an ironic, stupid, shitty fucking history that you could only do apologia for if you were the biggest piece of shit on the fucking planet. And that's why I hate Hasan Piker. I don't hate him because he's rich. I don't hate him because he fucks porn stars. I don't hate him because he's a materialist hypocrite, although that is part of my criticism. I hate him because he's a communist and jihadist apologist who constantly sanitizes the history of some of the worst regimes on the fucking planet while simultaneously accusing the United States of that of which his political tribes are guilty. So fuck him. For a variety of reasons. All right, somebody wants me to bring up the Bengali famines. The Indian famines, particularly the Bengali famine during the British Raj, is the best parallel to the Great Leap Forward. True. This is descriptively true. We're slipping? Why the fuck are we slipping? It's a movie about Hasan Piker. I'm literally criticizing Hasan Piker. I'm going to fucking come to your house and kick you in the dick. All right. So, the Bengali famine was caused by the Japanese invasion. The Japanese invaded and displaced hundreds of thousands of people. Winston Churchill had the opportunity to feed the Bengali refugees and feed the United Kingdom. His governors stated, we have enough grain and agricultural products to do both. And he said, no, the war effort is more important. If those people die, it's their fucking problem. We are prioritizing the war effort. And so as a result, I think close to 1 million people died. How many people died in the Bengali famine? Oh, it's 2 million and 4 million. That's pretty fucking, yeah, that's pretty goddamn bad. And you know what? Winston Churchill might be burning in hell as we speak. Anyways.
We're white. So as foreigners in China at this like national event rather than an international one, where as you guys noticed, like they didn't have any like foreigners there at all. He thought he saw something on the phone. Like he thought we were like making a mockery. You know what I mean? They didn't realize that we were swagged out white boys who love China. Are you being careful with your words? No, I'm just telling you like it is. Like they thought they were being extra attentive to make sure that, no one is making fun of Mao or anything like that, or the ceremony. And that's what they were that's what it was.
The entire event was frankly just a bunch of Chinese.
I'm sorry for yelling at you, Beef. I see your previous message.
Whitewashing.
Why China block gay dating apps? I don't think that's true. I think you saw that on Twitter. I don't know if that's true. Chatter, this is exactly what I mean. If you get your notes from Twitter, which by the way, like you'll see, we're about to go to Chengdu. What's really funny about this is like China's gay as hell. Like just watch the stream and you will see. Like Austin's been on the apps. That's so funny. There is like, I mean, it's true. Apple removes Chinese gay dating apps on government order. Okay, but that's Apple. Blued and Finca, two of China's most popular gay dating apps, suddenly disappeared from Apple's Chinese app store, fanning fears among LGBTQ people. Dude, that's Apple. Wait, this happened yesterday? Okay, I'm gonna go ask people if it's like still available on Huawei. Because guess what? Not everything you read in news media is as it seems, is all I'm saying when it comes to stuff like this. Especially considering that even the likes of Newsweek, for example, those apps are super fucking popular. For the record, those apps are super popular. For the record, just so you know.
What would Hasan Piker have to say if the United States banned Grindr from the App Store? Because I don't think it would be ha 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 ha. It's still available on Android. And by the way, Huawei is the Chinese producer who has been accused of putting backdoors into their telephones. That way the CCP can spy on anybody who has a Huawei phone. Like, government contractors were banned from having Huawei because while Huawei was a decent phone manufacturer, they would, they basically put spyware in their phones so the CCP could track what you were doing on your Huawei phones. So, if they didn't have the back door, I wasn't making a homophobic statement, but I guess I can continue with my homophobia now that we've pointed it out. If Apple banned the gay apps, it's because they weren't giving the CCP the back door, and the CCP said, if we don't have access to the gay apps, then we're not going to allow you to spread the gay apps in China. Whereas with Huawei, if they're leaving the gay apps up, number one, I don't even know if they ban the gay apps. We could fucking Google that shit in a second. But number two, it allows them to spy on people for leverage and blackmail. It allows them to use their presence on gay dating apps for their social credit score. So let's go ahead and take a look. Did Huawei ban gay dating apps? Yes. Huawei and other major app stores in China banned prominent gay dating apps, acting on directives from the Cyberspace Administration of China. The Chinese government has systematically removed major LGBT-focused platforms, citing public morality and content regulations. Well, hold on. You're saying, yep, there's still other gay apps allowed, and yet this is saying that the primary gay apps are being deleted. So which one is it? B for Brian.
And I assume, I mean, I might be wrong on, I might be totally wrong on this, but I assume they might have done it for like data related reasons, like privacy related reasons.
Yeah, like they want to invade the privacy of their citizens so they can use their homosexual habits as blackmail. God forbid they ever challenge the party. Yes, you're right. They did it for privacy reasons, but not to protect the privacy of the citizens, to invade the privacy of the citizens. You idiot.
As far as like, it's kind of like Grindr. I think Grindr was about to be sold. Grindr was about to be sold to a Chinese company, and then they refused to. Yeah, see, Top G is correct. We tried to buy Grindr and expand it to China, but your Congress blocked the sale because they feared of being outed. Literally, Grindr was supposed to be sold to a Chinese company, I'm pretty sure, and the American government literally blocked that deal from happening because they were like, no, too many of our dudes are sucking penises on there. Too many dudes in Congress are sucking penises on there. We can't let like the Chinese get backdoor access into this.
But here's
wow. So he's conscious of the fact that the Chinese are going to use the back doors of Grindr and of their own apps that are on the Huawei store in order to spy on gay Americans. What does he think the Chinese Communist government is doing in reference to Chinese citizens? Do you think he's cheering them on? Do you think like your local CCP, mind monitor fucking goes, good job for you for sucking that penis? Do you think that's what's happening? Or do you think the exact opposite is happening? You dipshit. This literally, like, I don't even have to talk about my desire to denaturalize and deport Hasan Piker. This is bad enough. And if you're a leftist or a socialist, how is this not just tanky apologia? How is this not just apologia for authoritarian Orwellian regimes? Oh my God. China be like, gay apps? Gay ops? Question mark? True, real serious. Thank you for the donation, by the way.
Here's the best bit, at least for me. A Chinese fan gave Hasan a copy of Mao's Little Red Book.
Oh, where is he? Dallas Stars fan.
Dallas Stars.
Dallas Stars. Yeah.
What is this?
Hey, what's going on?
No problem, chat.
Oh, no way! It's a small one.
It's the first version.
It's the first. Wait.
Really?
Is that a Bible?
That's an amazing soy face right there. For those of you who don't know, the Little Red Book's actual title is Quotations from Chairman Mao, and it features quotes from various speeches he gave and essays he wrote. No surprise there. The Little Red Book is not really political theory, as there's not much in here about what a proletarian government should look like from a Maoist perspective. Rather, the Little Red Book is primarily about the practical realities of gaining and holding power, coalition building, revolutionary warfare, that sort of thing. Also, it's dumb as hell. We should support wherever the enemy opposes and oppose wherever the enemy supports. Yeah, great insight there, buddy. No wonder you starved millions of people with that kind of wisdom. What's fun?
So, he gets the book of a guy who committed politicide against 15 to 55 million people. He gets a book of somebody who engaged in a politicide of 1 to 2 million people in the 1960s to the 1970s. My parents were in their teenage years and 20s while Mao Zedong was engaged in a politicide of 1 to 2 million people. And when handed that book, rather than going, oh, wow, this is like somebody handing me Mein Kampf. This is like somebody handing me a first edition of Mein Kampf. That's kind of fucked up. So thank you for your gift. Thank you for the historical, for this historical gift, similar to somebody giving me a first edition of Mein Kampf. He does fucking soy face. God, I hate this guy. I hate everybody who likes him. No offense, Ogre Boy. No offense, Doobie. I really hope you watch this segment, because I would really like to see how you justify your minimal fandom of Hasan Piker in reference to anti-American imperialism while he's over here fucking simping for the perpetuators of politicide that killed between 17 and 47 million people. Or maybe even 57. That's interesting to me. That's very interesting to me.
Funny about all this, though, is that according to Mao's Little Red Book, which is not the Little Red Book itself, it's a different book about the history of the Little Red Book, after Mao's death and the new regime came into power, the original run of the Little Red Book was branded by the new government as a distortion of true Maoist thought, and original copies were destroyed by the millions, replaced with newer, more edited editions. While it was not illegal for a Chinese citizen to own the original Little Red Book, it did become illegal to give foreigners a copy of it, which means that this fan of Hasan might currently be sitting inside of a Chinese organ harvesting machine. Anyway, the Hasan China trip might be the most blatant use of a streamer for political propaganda that I've ever seen. The whole thing felt the same as Tucker Carlson shilling for Putin's Russia. In fact, Hasan...
Correct! God, I love Dev again. Although Dev's into weird sex shit too, so, Dev, please don't be a horrible pedophilic pervert. I would really appreciate it if you're engaged with, like, lolicon or fucking age roleplay if you fucking stop. But that aside, this is fire fucking content. Anything that is done to Hasan should also be done to Tucker Carlson. 1000%.
Hasan fully embraced the comparison, saying the only difference between himself and Tucker was that he has aura. Hasan is very open and honest about being an anti-West propagandist.
And not because I'm a propagandist. As far as me being a propagandist goes, everyone is a propagandist. I'm just honest about it. You're a propagandist.
Upon returning home, he was very happy to say that America should in fact be more like China.
I am hypercritical of all forms of governance, including the American one. I think that's not a surprise to you guys, right? And in that same vein, I think like there is critiques to apply to all forms of governance, even socialist ones.
Yeah.
And as far as like getting closer to what I think has been relatively successful, because if ultimately the point of government is to improve the material conditions of all people to the best of your ability, it's not always going to be perfect, but when you are getting, I don't know, the poorest people, the poorest of the dispossessed masses out of a situation where they were servile to landed gentry, or they were peasants from an agrarian society, or they were dominated by the landlords, but then ultimately they were able to come into modernity and become like a powerhouse.
Larry Hutchins says, wait, age play, role play is bad now too, boss? Yes! Why is this surprising? You shouldn't be pretending to molest adolescents. Why would that be a thing that you think I would support? Oh, I'm going to pretend to be somebody who fucking molests children. Why would that ever be good? What the fuck? Are you pretending that your significant other is 80? Because if you're pretending that they're 80, I don't really give a shit. Are you pretending that they're 12? That's fucking weird. Don't do that. What the fuck? Jesus. Why does it matter though? We're not going to get along. We're not going to get along. We're not going to get... I'm telling you right now. I'm telling you right fucking now, okay? I'm telling you right now. This is going to be a hard line for me. And I will literally take a 20 viewer hit right now if I want to. If you think it's okay to fucking role play molesting children, leave. Don't just leave my stream. Leave my community. Exit the Discord immediately. I don't care if you're an oiler. I don't care if you're a chipper. If you think role-playing pedophilia is a morally neutral act, I don't want to debate it with you. I want you gone. Okay? I appreciate you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the chips. Thank you for the oils. I don't want you as a part of my community. And that's sad for me to say. That's sad for me to say because I see a few people who have been in my community in a while saying, oh, what's the big deal? I'm telling you, if that's a hill that you want to die on, go die on it somewhere else. I'm not kidding. I will literally take a fucking 30 viewer hit and a fucking 30% hit to my revenue in order to not have you in my fucking community. I do not want people... See, y'all? Are you being sarcastic? I'll literally demod you right now. If you're joking, I'll remod you, Beef Supreme. But if you're not joking, nice to know you. That's not a part of my community. That's not something that I'm going to be doing. That's not something that I'm going to be support. You're saying see y'all. Okay, bye. I hate to say that. We've known each other for months. But yeah, I am not a part of that. No, I don't care. I don't care. If you're being sarcastic, if you're joking about it, that's fine. I don't give a shit. We have edgy jokes. I don't give a fuck about edgy jokes. But I'm not going to sit here and debate with DGG about why it's okay for you to pretend to be a pedophile. That's some fucking Mr. Girl shit. That's some fucking food shop shit. I don't want those motherfuckers in my community. Doobie literally advocates for pedophilia and minor therapeutic interactions in his community. Apply the same standard to him. Yeah, hasn't he fucking talked about how it's like, what is it? Like the virtuous pedophiles learning to not be pedophiles? You think a virtuous pedophile learning to be not a pedophile anymore is the same as people fantasizing about being pedophiles? That's not the same thing. That's not the same desired outcome. You understand? Yeah, just let people enjoy things. Go enjoy things someplace else. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. If you have two options if you're a part of my community and you think that that is a morally neutral thing and you want to defend it. You can keep that opinion to your fucking self or you can leave. I'm not kidding. I would rather go back and get a normal job. I would rather call my old boss and go work in construction administration again, rather than have a community of people who think it's morally neutral to pretend to be pedophiles. Okay? I applied the same standard to Doobie. I am. Why so triggered? Because I don't want these fucking losers in my chat. That's why. How's that, rookie? All right. Good luck. Good luck to all involved. Doobie for 10 says, I hope God is real, so some of you need to go through your search history with him. Yep. No. Larry Hutchinson's, Connor, so I can age role play the college professor with the 20-year-old student that's failing? No, go ahead. Literally. If it's adults, if it's consenting adults, I don't give a shit. Obviously. If you want to be pretending to be a 30-year-old professor and your fucking college student is fucking whatever, even if you were like the fucking high school fantasy teacher fucking high school dynamic, but you were both consenting adults or whatever, I'm okay with that. But like the fucking, I shouldn't say I'm okay with it. I should say I think it's weird, and the older you get, the weirder it is, right? If you're 19 and your girlfriend's 18 and you're role playing that role, that is less bad than a 40-year-old and a 28-year-old role playing the same thing. Obviously, we're going to grade these things on a scale. But if you are fantasizing about molesting adolescents or pre-puberty children, that's bad. You are reinforcing a neuroplastic fucking connection inside your brain. You should stop doing it immediately. And you should not tell me about it if you want to remain a member of my community. Okay? You have two options. You go into the fucking pedophile closet, you shut the fuck up about it, and you never talk about it again, and you stop fucking doing it, or you leave my community. Those are your two options. I'm not kidding you. I would rather go back to work in construction admin. I would rather go back to work in construction admin. All right. We're going to move on.
An industrial powerhouse that is competitive with the largest superpower on the planet. I would say if that's the point of good governance, and I think you guys might agree with me on that, I would say China is probably the closest.
Now listen, you can hold these views if you want. They're retarded, but you can hold them, Hasan. I am personally not going to call for you to be persecuted for being an absolute fucking idiot. But the reason I'm laying all of this out...
Okay, Larry Hutchinson, I like you a lot, but I'm going to engage with what you said. I'm going to leave you alone, but hey, whatever keeps a couple together and satisfied in their relationship, go ahead. I agree, though, if they're doing the underage thing. Okay, all right. We probably agree then. We probably agree. I'm not going to blow up on that. I thought that sentence was going to end differently. You had me in the first half.
Is to show you guys that there is a pattern of behavior with Hasan where, if given a choice on any topic, on any conflict, he will always choose the anti-Western, anti-American position. We've already seen him do it with Cuba and China. I don't think I need to show you evidence of him doing it with the Israel-Palestine thing, considering those takes might be the ones he's the most famous for. How about Russia-Ukraine? Well, he had no problem calling the idea that Russia might ever attack Ukraine as American propaganda meant to vilify an adversary of the global capitalist system.
You call Crimea? I call it a part of Russian territory, bitch. That's what I call Crimea. I call it Crimea River, a Russian river. Russia's historic access into the Black Sea, Crimea, that's like historically, fucking ethnically all Russian.
North Korea? Oh, he fully believes in regime propaganda on that one. Apparently North Korea is actually a thriving modernist utopia. And of course, the Soviet Union.
There's always going to be power. I say we put the power back in the hands of the many, rather than the power in the hands of the few. If a dictatorship is inevitable, I'd rather have it be a dictatorship of the proletariat than one that is designed around the need
So I could red scare every single person who just cheered for that. I wish the American government and CIA were the villains that they were portrayed as in media. Holy shitballs. A dictatorship of the proletariat. Openly endorsing somebody who committed politicide against 17 million to 57 million people. You know, this is where historical ignorance. This is where historical ignorance is fucking vile. Because what happens is, if you give people a one-sided narrative of history, the colonialism of America wiped out the Native Americans. Well, 90% of them are wiped out due to disease because they were exposed to disease from early European settlers, and they got wiped out by cholera, malaria, et cetera, et cetera. The remaining 10%, we absolutely did fuck up. Okay? We ethnically cleansed the shit out of the Native Americans. So I'm not defending it. I'm being descriptive. Okay. Let's ignore that for a second. Anyways, I can make this very short. You can list America's long list of sins and therefore can become an anti-American imperialist and anti-American in general. Okay? That is something you can easily do. But if you evaluate the casualty stats, the context in which these occurred, and compared them to the contemporaneous actions of America's rivals and enemies, you will see that while America was built on blood and disease and power and rage and anger and slaughter, so was every other power on the planet. And not only that, not only can a power be evaluated in the way in which it was built, it can be evaluated in the fruits that it produces. And when you look at the fruits of the United States of America versus the fruits of modern China, I will pick America 10 out of 10 times. And I think that while there might be some people in my chat, and there might be people like Hasan Piker who simp for the Chinese regime, the mere fact that he was jammed up by secret police near instantaneously and he soy-faced about somebody who killed 12, or what was it? I think the low estimate was 15. So 15 to 4, it was like 15 to 55 million people in the Great Leap Forward, and it was 1 to 2 million in the Cultural Revolution. So he's cheering on somebody who killed 17 to 57 million people in politicide. Okay. You're not on my team, and fuck you. How's that?
Of the bourgeois class.
This is the trick that tankies like to play, by the way. They make the claim that dictatorship is inevitable, liberal democracy is going to go away no matter what, and your only options are between a left-wing dictator and a right-wing one. So, with all of this in mind, what is underneath the lid of Hasan Piker? Probably not much, honestly. But if there was an actual coherent ideology driving his actions and not just clout chasing, we can derive it from this clip, taken from Hasan's stream during Mamdani's victory party.
Done. What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist and anti-communism didn't work to stop him? That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core.
Hold on, what?
From this clip, taken from Hasan's stream during Mamdani's victory party.
Done.
What do you think it means that this guy ran as a socialist and anti-communism didn't work to stop him? That's big.
Yeah, I think we are in the heart of the imperial core. This is the country that defeated the USSR, unfortunately. And the reality of the matter is, there's a lot of antagonism. There's no class consciousness in the United States of America. It's one of the things that I try to address every day with my commentary. And I will say this. The conditions have deteriorated so much that everyday Americans, in spite of their lack of class consciousness, are finally arriving at the conclusion that perhaps there is an alternative out there. There is an alternative that focuses on them as opposed to the interests of the billionaires and the millionaires, as opposed to the interests of the capital owners.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of brain-dead nonsense in there, but let's focus on what he said at the start of the clip. We are in the heart of the imperial core. There is a school of international relations theory called dependency theory. When we're talking about international relations, there's a few dominant schools of thought. One big one is realism, the idea that great powers have spheres of influence and operate in terms of what power dictates independent of morality, because in the great game, power is the ultimate arbiter. Another is institutionalism, that the answer to competing states and powers is international cooperation, global capitalism and trade, mutually beneficial deals between states, universal rules that all agree to abide by, that sort of thing. Marxists tend to reject both of these schools of thought, though they might occasionally appeal to some tenet of one or another, should the individual circumstance call for it. But for the most part, Marxists adhere to dependency theory. Some components of dependency theory were first articulated by Lenin, Mussolini, and Rosa Luxemburg, but it was first fully formulated by Paul Baran, a Ukrainian member of the Frankfurt School, who eventually became an American after the school's evacuation during the lead-up to the Second World War, and he did so in his book, The Political Economy of Growth. The idea of dependency theory is that the world can be divided up into core and periphery countries, where the former is enriched at the expense of the latter, due to unequal trade deals, as well as dysfunctional state institutions set into place during the colonial period. When Hasan says the term imperial core, he is referencing dependency theory. Though sometimes core countries may wage war against periphery countries in order to maintain the liberal capitalist globalist system, oftentimes that's just not necessary. Predatory trade deals and loans usually serve to keep the periphery in line, bound in perpetual servitude to the core. Now, this video is not a critique of dependency theory, though there are many critiques of it out there. Rather, what I'm saying is, Hasan adhering to dependency theory explains why he always consistently takes up the most anti-West, anti-American position on any topic, even if that ends up with him being contradictory or hypocritical or aligning with the right wing somehow. The easiest way to think of it is, whatever is affiliated with America is bad, whatever is against it is good, because America is the imperial core extracting resources and labor from the rest of the world, in the same way that the bourgeoisie extracts from the proletariat. This is
So Purple Perry Gaming, a snarker to be clear, I think. Don't they always bring up that Purple Perry is a schizo snarker? Says, but he's engaging with the content, so let's not be mean. Okay, but we don't really have a good view of China's fruit from our Western perspective. And now you're doing fruit of the poison tree. I'm sorry, is fruit of the poison tree a logical fallacy or a descriptive truth? Fruit of the poisonous tree is a legal doctrine in U.S. criminal procedure stating that if the source, the tree of evidence, is tainted by an illegal search, seizure, or coerced or confession, any subsequent evidence derived from it, the fruit, is also inadmissible in court. This isn't legal court proceedings. This is describing reality. Fruit of the poison tree. Yes, if a fruit produces poison, you shouldn't eat the fucking fruit. Weird. Weird description of reality, I know. But if you want to go eat poison, you go eat poison, dipshit. I'm going to make fun of you for it. Also, tourism returns to Xinjiang province. So, there's an article. I don't know if it's the BBC one, but it's one where fucking Hasan Piker read the title, didn't read the article, and basically says, oh yeah, it's tourism hour in Xinjiang right now. And what he was trying to imply was that, oh, well, if there was a Holocaust-style genocide in Xinjiang, then clearly the Chinese government wouldn't be allowing tourists into the region. But that was never the accusation. The accusation was a cultural genocide. So what happened was there were Muslims in Western Xinjiang who were upset that the Han Chinese were moving into their province and attacking them with their customs and upsetting their Muslimhood and imposing Han Chinese cultural norms on Muslims. And so they did a few terrorist attacks with knives. I think in one of the knives, Uyghur, they might have even killed like 100 people. Uyghur Muslim knife attacks. Knife attacks, individuals identified as Uyghur Muslims, largely occurred during a violent wave of unrest in China's Xinjiang region and other parts of the country throughout the 2010s. These incidents prompted a massive security crackdown by the Chinese government. In Kunming in 2014, a mass stabbing at the Kunming railway station left 31 people dead and 140 injured. Beijing blamed the attack on Uyghur separatists. Xinjiang. Rail stations, police checkpoints, and public squares in the Xinjiang region were targeted in a series of knife and explosive attacks. Pishan, 2017, a knife attack in Pishan County, Xinjiang, resulted in 8 deaths, including 5 victims and 3 assailants. Okay? So let's say that we were going to do what the Chinese did. Okay? Because what happened is the Chinese government did an extreme security lockdown. They imprisoned males aged 15 to 40. They re-educated them in work camps and segregated from the rest of the population for a decade. They moved Han Chinese men in with Uyghur women in order to basically encourage sexual and friendly relations between the couples. And is Islam prohibited in China? China has not legally banned Islam as a religion, but the ruling Chinese Communist Party enforces severe systemic restrictions that effectively criminalize many everyday Islamic practices, particularly for Muslim minorities like Uyghurs. So imagine that what we did is when there was a Somali college attack in the United States. The most notable incident was the 2016 Ohio State University attack, which occurred on November 28, 2016. Abdul Raza Ali Artan, an 18-year-old Muslim refugee from Somalia, drove his vehicle into a crowd of pedestrians on campus before exiting and slashing people with a butcher knife. 13 people were injured, 11 directly by the car and knife, others during the chaos. No fatalities occurred except for the attacker. So let's say that the United States government decided that based off of this incident, Dearborn, Michigan was now under military lockdown. Muslims were not allowed to own guns or knives. The men, aged 15 to 40, would go to work camps, and the women would be encouraged to marry or date Christian and white men and women. This would be a direct fucking parallel. So take your sweeping for the Chinese regime, write it down on a piece of paper, ball it up into a ball, and stick it immediately up your fucking sphincter. Okay? Additionally, Chinese accusations of human organ harvesting. Forced organ harvesting in China is a major international human rights allegation. Independent investigations, including the Chinese tribunal, have concluded that the Chinese government has forcibly removed organs from prisoners of conscience on a large scale for decades. The U.S. did this during segregation. We imprisoned all black males aged 15 to 40, and we forced black women to marry white men? I'm sorry, Pissmaster, but I'm going to need a citation. Please, feel free to tell me what terms I should Google, because I guarantee you if I Google what you just told me, you're going to be absolutely fucking butt-fucking wrong. So, stop being so goddamn historically ignorant in my chat. It's upsetting to me. All right. So anyways, so there's a UN report on this. There's McCain stuff. There's the Tom Latinos. There's like allegations from the Falun Gong. So if you want to say, oh, no. China is not harvesting organs from political dissidents, then you go ahead and go through the material. I'm not going to. There are enough people of good reputation making the allegation that I'm okay accepting the fact that Chinese organ harvesting has occurred. Body exhibit sourcing Chinese prisoners for the exhibit. Investigations have revealed that traveling human body exhibitions have sourced remains from Chinese entities linked to prisons and police forces, though organizers have historically maintained they are unclaimed bodies. The origins of these plastinated corpses remain shrouded in controversy and murky documentation. So to be clear, because I was horrified when I was walking around in the Chinese body exhibits, I noticed that all the Chinese bodies were males who appeared to be in their 20s to 50s. So, a private purchaser in the United States purchased dozens of 20 to 50-year-old corpses and then injected their corpses with plastic in order to display them in poses that are interesting from a physiological perspective. And yet, the accusation that the owner of the exhibit cannot debunk is that he ethically sourced his human corpses. So yes, this is extremely alarming to me, and I think anybody sweeping for this is motivated from a fucking post hoc rationale that China is not as bad as Westerners claim, rather than evaluating the evidence that exists. Fashion40, thank you for the $5. Thank you for the daily chip. Doobie says, China is such a populous nation, it is not as if they cannot do without a few people. See, that's the kind of sociopathic shit that I expect out of fucking Doobie. But if you actually have a soul and a conscience, this should be alarming to you. And if it's not, fuck you. Back to the content. I need to get some water and pee again. I promise you I'm not doing cocaine.
This is why Hasan's politics can occasionally appear schizophrenic as fuck. He went from declaring he has no patriotism toward America whatsoever while in China to trying to claim the pro-American position after he returned. He complains constantly about exploitation under capitalism, but he believes that hiring Chinese labor at record low rates means that China's an advanced country.
There are girls that you can hire who are trained at just being good at that.
Wow.
And specifically on like your taking phone photos, and you just hire them for an hour or two. They take the most fire photos of you, hand them off, some digis, and just dip.
Crazy.
Like they have a person for everything.
Wow.
Yeah, it's really it's really impressive.
Like when you're traveling, you can literally hire a person off. Every app is interconnected.
And of course, Hasan has this habit of presenting himself while on larger platforms as a normal tax and spend social safety nets Democrat, while when he's talking to his own audience, he goes mask off about his goals of subverting the Democratic Party and making it communist. And yes, I'm going to use that same clip that I featured back in the Taylor Lorenz video because it is gold.
The reason why I'm saying this is not because, contrary to popular opinion on TikTok from like leftists on Twitter, I'm not a shepherd for the Democratic Party. I don't give a fuck about the Democratic Party, but they are our representatives, and they're supposed to represent us, and they do have a platform, and the media does listen to them, so we have to wield them like a weapon to the best of our ability. We have to use them to also continue yelling about these things that we care about.
Hasan recently posted a picture of him on a bus reading Lenin's book, What Is to Be Done. This was obviously for aura purposes because I don't think Hasan can even fucking read. However, I actually have read What Is to Be Done. It's like the Little Red Book in that it focuses less on communist theory and more on the practical matter of obtaining and wielding political power. But unlike Mao, Lenin actually seems to know what he's talking about, and this is an actual book, not a collection of quotes. One section of the book is specifically all about how to subvert political movements that may be directionally aligned with you in some small circumstance, but would ultimately be opposed to you in the larger fight, which is exactly what Hasan Piker wants to do to the Democratic Party. Now then, keeping all of this in mind, let's go all the way back to the Trump administration subpoenaing Hasan Piker for his potentially illegal trip to Cuba, and liberals deciding not to speak out in a show of solidarity. After all of this shit, are you fucking surprised? What's actually happening here is that centrists, liberals, Democrats are finally waking up to the subversive, pernicious influence that socialists like Hasan Piker have on their movement. And holy fucking shit, I have been begging for this ever since Gamergate in 2014. Thank fucking God. Reminder that these whining losers are now screaming bloody murder that libs won't pitch in and stand behind Hasan. Dead Domain, Mike from PA, all these fucking retards. They view liberal values as something to subvert. They're angry that liberals won't defend them when they attack liberals constantly. Like, you know what? I truly do not give a shit about Mike from PA declaring that Democrats must help Hasan when he openly said he intends to continue to hurt the Democrats until they do what he wants. You get what you fucking deserve, Mike. Hasan has a long history of not supporting the Democratic Party if they don't bend to his whim.
Doobie says you should feel bad for not recognizing the Mao quote about suicidal people. Should I Google that? Mao Zedong suicidal people quote. The quote you are likely thinking of is, people who try to commit suicide don't attempt to save them. China is such a populous nation, it is not as if we cannot do without a few people. Oh, shit. That's funny. Fellrunner for $10 says, money to reach down and twist your own balls for perpetuating drama that is hurting your true community, and a broom handle remind you of the rigid loyalty your crew has paid you for the privilege. Okay. I parasocially love you, and I appreciate it. But once again, there are things happening that the main cog does not have to like. Matter of fact, we are about to wrap this segment in the next 4 minutes of content, which realistically is like 10 to 20 minutes. We are still going to cover a William Spaniel Geopol segment on top of this. But the truth is the truth. The truth needs to be litigated by the public. I am tired of bad actors being able to get away with bad behavior because of cowardice. And so as a result, I am not going to be a part of that. I will present what happened to me, what I thought, when I thought it, and I will present the evidence that I have. And or at least, even if I don't present all of the evidence I have, I will tell you the evidence that I do have, and I will encourage my critics to debunk me. The interesting thing is, they won't be able to, because it's the truth. Diminished Darknut, thank you for the $10 with a Shiba Inu with a heart emoji. I appreciate it.
Which makes it frankly ridiculous that he's now demanding solidarity from that same Democratic Party that he views as fascist anyway. He's openly said he would not support Gavin Newsom if he were the Democratic nominee.
For him. Disappointed in
Who do you
Gavin
vote
Newsom.
for, J.D. Vance or Gavin Newsom?
Well, I'd have to vote for Gavin Newsom,
Me
of course,
too.
100%.
I wouldn't blink.
There's no
What
doubt.
about you, Hasan?
I'd probably vote third party.
You would?
Oh yeah. I mean, at that point, it doesn't even matter. Like, because my policy on this is the same as like my refusal to endorse Kamala Harris. The reason why I did not endorse Kamala Harris was because she did things that were not only unproductive but also unconscionable. And I still stand on that. I still talk about it all the time because people constantly bring it up. They're like, you didn't sufficiently like promote Kamala Harris.
He's openly said the Democrats, the people he wants to save him, are just as bad as Trump.
Democrats, if they were in charge right now, would be doing 100% the exact same thing, 1-to-1. Make no fucking mistake. Anyone who tries to tell you that Kamala Harris will be different is a fucking delusional moron. Do not listen to them.
He ultimately does not care about maintaining democracy at all. He just wants the revolution to be his and not the right's.
That's something that I'll never understand about Ezra Klein. Like, I made fun of January 6th. You didn't. You thought it was the most pivotal event in American history. You acted like it was liberal 9/11. Okay, and then you turn around and look at the Muhammad Atta of January 6th and you go, that's a great guy. It doesn't make sense to me. I can say that if I want to, because I don't really give a shit about January 6th. I thought it was funny. Okay, you don't.
And he's directly done the exact same thing he's now complaining about. Side with Trump's regime in the lawfare against Democrats.
Senator Adam Schiff under federal criminal investigation for alleged mortgage fraud violations. Oh my God, I hope they arrest him. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh my God, I hope he goes to prison. Oh, I hate him so much. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, this is political. Sure, I don't care. Lock him up. Lock him up. He got, dude, he literally got, I know this is fucking absolutely malicious. I know this is malicious. I know Trump is doing this out of pure malice. This motherfucker got like $6 million from AIPAC. Okay, lock him up.
So yeah, you know what? I have no...
Oh, my split cam did freeze. I thought you guys were fucking around just because I went to the restroom. Give me a second. Let me fix it.
Sympathy at all for this rat fuck loser. Hasan, you're not going to watch this, but in case you do you want support from the liberals you have consistently undermined and backstabbed? You want to be protected by the very same set of liberal values and institutions that you seek to destroy? Okay, here's the deal. From now on, you're going to go full vote blue no matter who. I don't care if the Democrats put forward the most tepid, boring, pro-business, anti-communist, neoliberal candidate imaginable. You are going to suck his dick and eat his shit like your Homelander begging for your life. Otherwise, get fucked. I hope you rot under the jail. Here's the funniest part of all. Hasan's been streaming from a second location for the past little bit now. I don't know why, because personally I value my time too much to actually watch his streams constantly. But here is my personal conspiracy theory. He's been staying away from his house in an attempt to avoid the American government. And there's a non-0% chance that Ashley St. Clair, one of Elon's baby mamas, appearing on his stream as a guest and buttering him up, was simply a ruse to confirm his location with the feds. Probably not, but would be absolute cinema if true.
The fuck? God damn it. Can you hear me still? What? Come on. Come on, I heard you. I heard you, baby. I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. Why is this not working? Son of a bitch. Hold on. Gotta check the power cords. Matter of fact, while I'm fucking with my chords, I'm going to play that song. So, once again, I think that liberals are silly for not defending liberal principles, regardless of whatever. I think that Dev Short Fat Otaku should basically articulate his commitment to freedom of conscience and freedom of speech a little bit more aggressively. But I also don't give a shit because fuck Hasan Piker. So, see you, baby. Shaking that ass. All right, I'm going to play this song while I try to fix my camera.
This is the house that funk built. Groove Armada style.
No!
Oh, this party got it going. Oh!
There we go.
You got to get on the dance floor. That's right, come on. Woo! I know y'all know what I'm talking about. Don't be looking at me like that now. I see ya. Come on. I see ya. Get busy with it. Make it on down. I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. I see you, baby. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass. Shaking that ass.
I fixed the thing! All right. Doobie says, He's staying away from home because Fox has a reporter stationed outside his house 24/7. Dev is just making shit up because he can't be bothered to fact check. Okay. Who gives a shit? The primary thing is that liberals should defend freedom of conscience and freedom of speech. However, when it comes to providing propagandistic and material support to the United States of America's rivals and enemies, there actually are laws on the books. Whatever laws are applied to Hasan Piker should also be applied to alternative media, right-wing schizoid pieces of shit who have been simping for Russia and Qatar. So, while still defending the principle of freedom of conscience and freedom of speech, we should apply whatever rational limits that apply to Hasan Piker to dissident right-wing Russian simps. Absolutely. And I have no beef with that. Old School for Two says, I'm blind. Hairy gorilla dancing has blinded me. It happens to the best of us, King. Happens to the best of us. Now, weirdly enough, Patriarch was the person who suggested that content. Weirdly enough. So I would like to thank Patriarch for suggesting an interesting video that was actually quite good. And then I think that we should do a William Spaniel, Scott Stewart, or Chris Cappy military or whatever video, just because I did promise the true cog that Tuesday afternoons and Thursday afternoons, regardless of metrics, we would do dry geopolitical analysis because the true cog claims that they want this content. Now, if they're lying to me, then there will be no correlated donations with said content, even though Patriarch's donated plenty. Okay? Patriarch has donated plenty. Patriarch does not need to donate anymore. But if all you dry-ass fucking Geopol viewers truly believe that this content is actually worth my time, then I expect to see correlated donations for Geopol, because we will be taking a metric hit as a result. Cuban drone dilemma. I kind of like that. World War III's credibility problem. China summit, worlds collide. How the mighty have fallen. Zelensky permits Putin to put on a parade. Ceasing the ceasefire. Why constitutional crisis is brewing as the Iran war restarts. All right. Who amongst you? Number one, Patriarch. Are you still there? And can you tell me what your geopolitical preference would be? Downfall? Well, that's from Hearshot. Sarcasmatron, who I think did a great job. I love Sarcasmatron's shit. I wish it were about oil. Weirdly enough, that would actually challenge my perspective that I think it is about oil. This is for Geopol, and my lunch break is almost over, so I'm paying it forward. Thank you, Fashion 40. I appreciate you, King. Nameless for 5 says, non-correlated donation just to get Connor to go through his state's House of Representatives and smash or pass all members. Base. Chort says, Cuban drones. Rifleman says, American military for the win, baby. Thank you, King. Where's Patriarch? Did Patriarch dip out? Did he have to go build more drones for the Ukrainian military? If he did, I'm just going to pick whatever the fuck I want. All right, we got 30 seconds for Patriarch to tell us what to do. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25, 24, 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Freeze, recruit, freeze. Okay. For me, I'm just going to tell you straight up, I really enjoyed Sarcasmatron's last piece, and I want to see an analysis that eliminates my hypothesis that the reason why we're fucking with Venezuela and the reason why we're fucking with Iran and the reason why we're fucking with the Gulf states is because of oil. I would like a smart person to challenge my preconception. So let me go ahead and do an intro and we'll get cracking. Hi guys, welcome to Counterpoints. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, politics, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. I would argue a real Republican, and I am trying to be a Republican who is honest, has integrity, nuance, and objectives. And we are going to be watching some geopolitical content because my chat, the true cog, the 50 to 70 true believers in my community, they bully me to do more serious content. So today, we will be watching Sarcasmatron about I wish it were about oil in reference to American geopolitical position on the world. I happen to think that it is about oil. So I'm hoping that Sarcasmatron will make me look stupid in the next 30 minutes of content. Let's go.
The war had barely ended before a consensus about it had already been reached. Hasan Piker and the head of the CIA both agree.
The reality of the matter is we do it because we can. We do it because we want their oil. We do it because we want their gold.
And it's clear with the comments that were coming out from Donald Trump was that it's all about oil and wealth. If Venezuela did not have its oil wealth, I'm sure nothing like this would have happened.
The attack on Venezuela was about oil. I mean, what else could it be? The alternatives are all silly. I think it's safe to say it's not about a principled opposition to anti-democratic governments that shoot protesters. Maduro is not, in fact, a narco-terrorist. In fact, if you read the indictment, the act of terrorism in question appears to just be selling drugs, which...
Come on, man. Come on, man. I think this guy has autism. No offense, as somebody who has the autism. Diminished Darknut for 20 says, I love the cog. True. And Hearshot says, I love cock. Maybe. So anyways, I know that this guy is going to expand more deeply. I'm sorry for interjecting him additionally. But if somebody worked in the CIA for 20 or 30 years and they said we would not be interested in this nation state if they did not have a substantial oil reserve, I don't know why I should doubt that statement from somebody who operated in the geopolitical world for 20 or 30 years. Additionally, when it comes to the claim of terrorism and narco-terrorism, what's clearly happened in the past 20 years is fentanyl, which is, I think, somebody correct me about the fent lore if I'm wrong. It was originally a veterinary design of an opiate designed for fucking elephants and large animals. But it's also medically useful because you can boil down like a powerful opiate painkiller to such potency that you can have an extremely low dose and have an extremely profound biological effect. And what this has done is it's killed hundreds of thousands of Americans because people are putting fent in the marijuana, they're putting in the cocaine, they're putting it in their hot dogs, they're putting it in their cheeseburgers, they're putting it in their McDonald's toys, they're putting it in their heroin, they're putting it in their crack. And so as a result, if street fentanyl is dosed improperly, it will at minimum give you an overdose and it will routinely kill people. So, while fentanyl itself is not a terrorist attack, the Trump administration has made the argument that more people have died from fentanyl than have died as a result of jihadist terrorism. And so we are going to treat the trafficking of narcotics into the United States as though it was a terrorist offense trying to kill American citizens. That is the moral argument, even if it isn't the legalistic argument. So I think Sarcasmatron, just like me and the cog, have autism. Moving on.
Feels a little Kafkaesque, and Venezuela was not about to become the launch pad of a Chinese takeover of South America. Well, I say all the alternative theories are silly. Tucker Carlson seems to have hit on a plausible one.
In Venezuela, gay marriage is banned, abortion is banned, sex changes for transgenderism are banned. It's one of the very few countries in the entire hemisphere with those policies. It is on social policy, not defending the regime, just saying. So to those of you who thought this whole project was globo homo, not crazy, actually.
But I'm still not convinced. Even with the president's insistence, it's just, the story doesn't add up with the actual history. The thing I find fascinating about Venezuela is how the stereotypes of South American history have so thoroughly overpowered the actual history of the country that you could simply lie about basic facts, and so long as the lie comports with what sounds vaguely familiar about the history of, like, Argentina or Chile, no one will question it.
The US government has long had its hand in Latin American politics, trying to prevent left-wing governments from cementing their grip on power, and in the process, over the years, they installed and supported brutal dictatorships that served US interests. But they've been especially bitter towards Venezuela since Maduro's predecessor, Hugo Chavez, seized the assets of US oil companies in 2007.
And in doing so, Venezuela spiked gas prices and stole billions, really trillions of dollars from the US, not to mention an invaluable strategic resource.
So 70% of the oil coming into America, which it needs to basically keep its economy going, is heavy crude. And where does heavy crude come from? Well, here are some of the big countries where you find most of it. It's Canada and Venezuela.
The only problem is this didn't happen. In reality, Venezuela nationalized its oil in the 1970s, but this didn't damage Venezuela's relationship with the US for 3 reasons. For one, in the 70s, every country in the Third World was nationalizing its natural resources, so trying to go to war with all of them at the same time wasn't exactly practical. For two, Henry Kissinger, who was running American foreign policy at the time, didn't really understand or care about economics, and so didn't really understand the significance of every country nationalizing their raw materials at the same time. To him, the only thing that mattered was a country's diplomatic stances. And third, and most importantly, the Venezuelans didn't steal anything. The president of Venezuela simply took out a loan and bought out the Venezuelan branches of each of the major oil companies, and then paid the loan back with the ensuing profits. But there is one sort of exception. In the 90s, a cash-strapped Venezuela agreed to sign over access to some of Venezuela's ultra-thick, low-quality oil for a project that would use cutting-edge technology to refine it into something usable. In the 2000s, when oil prices shot up, Venezuela's new leftist president, Hugo Chavez, tried to buy those projects out. 2 of the oil companies tried to hold out for more money, so Chavez got mad and expropriated them without any compensation. So those companies, Exxon and Conoco, sued. Something they could do now because Venezuela had signed multiple international treaties allowing companies to sue for damages if treated unfairly. This petty contract dispute is what people sometimes point to as the critical moment that Venezuela nationalized American oil and gained the eternal enmity of the United States. But this is not the greatest
theft in the history of America.
It was a petty contract dispute. The project wasn't even worth that much money after oil prices dropped again, but for neither side was it really about money. It was about sticking it to the Yankees for Venezuela and sticking it to the socialists for the oil company. Exxon won eventually, and was able to claw back a decent chunk of money by seizing Venezuela's overseas assets. Now they don't care about opening the country up, something Exxon helpfully confirmed a few days later.
If we look at the legal and commercial constructs and frameworks in place today in Venezuela, today it's uninvestable. And so significant changes have to be made.
And the Trump White House is...
Right. Okay. I appreciate Sarcasmatron exploring this topic with a heavy grade of nuance, but I also feel like he is insufficiently thinking critically. So, for instance, if we look at world oil reserves, and a substantial amount of them being heavy crude in Venezuela, that then has to be cut with Middle Eastern and North African oil in order to be functional, and ExxonMobil, a private actor having their resources seized by Hugo Chavez, resulting in billions of dollars of damages, and then them being apathetic because they were able to resolve said contract dispute with a payout from Venezuela, and additionally, they don't want to go back into Venezuela because they're worried it'll happen again. That has fucking nothing to do with dick shit. That has nothing to do with anything. What the fuck? They're a private actor. They're not a national actor. They're only concerned about their individual profits, which means minimizing risk and maximizing reward. So if they can take their limited capital and dedicate it towards energy production in the United States, which, by the way, fracking in the past 20 years has opened up incredible amounts of energy production within the United States that was not available in the early thousands. When was fracking technology developed? When was fracking technology developed? Okay, so apparently it was a technology that was invented in the 1940s. However, the modern shale fracking boom we recognize today was perfected and scaled much later in the 1990s and the 2000s. So while Hugo Chavez and the Venezuelan government were nationalizing their like crude oil reserves, ExxonMobil and ConocoPhillips were developing fracking, which fracking in the United States is infinitely less risk and higher reward than engaging with a socialist government that might nationalize your assets at any moment. So why would their private interest align with the national interest of the United States? I think this is silly analysis.
Blocking them from collecting even more money.
If any of that money touched a U.S. bank, even if it was an account in the name of the Venezuelans, it would immediately be seized upon by a number of creditors who eventually will have to take care of. But in the short term, that would impede the ability of the Venezuelan authorities to receive the funds they need to operate.
So why did Trump bring up the oil theft? Well, one reason may be cost. Whenever America fights a war of choice, the first complaint from low information voters will be that the money being spent there would be better used at home. Promising to steal a natural resource preempts those complaints by implying the war will be a profit-making venture. But of course, to justify the stealing, you need a grievance to avenge. So we all get a semi-fictional story about how Venezuela stole a bajillion barrels of oil from us, and our historically illiterate media just kind of goes, yeah, that sounds right. There is, unfortunately with such a media, not much alternative to shopping around until you can find something you can trust. But fortunately, there is one thing that can help. Ground News is a website and app developed by...
All right. Go subscribe to Ground News. Thanks for the Ground News shill, Sarcasmatron. That's funny. Anyways.
Story. What is the real reason? Well, let's go back to the beginning of Chavez's reign.
It is my privilege to present you to this distinguished audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished President of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez.
It's worth remembering that for the first 15 years, the feud between Venezuela and the United States was entirely verbal, and in America, a mostly partisan affair. Chavez didn't actually represent a national security threat to the United States. He didn't want to. He relied on the US for money. But he wanted to be seen as one.
The President of the United States, the gentleman to whom I refer as the devil, came here, talking as if he owned the world.
Chavez, at the end of the day, was playing a role. He was a farcical second coming of Fidel Castro, but he had the good fortune to come to power right as the White House was to be occupied by a farcical second coming of Ronald Reagan.
This is why I gave Descartes a wrench. The United States says, China, stop destabilizing the West through addictive opiates and unbalanced trade. China, shut up, Dad. I learned it from you. Okay, there is revanchist a word? Revanchist. Definition. Revanchist, a person or policy advocating for revenge, specifically the political or military recovery of a country's lost territory. So what's interesting is there's a revanchist narrative of China against the Western world, and I do not know how true it is. I would actually have to check like Chinese state media in Chinese political speeches in order to see how much how much they're motivated by revenge. So in the 18th and 19th century, so the 1700s and the 1800s, European powers became particularly interested in China, although let's be real, they were always interested in China. But the age of exploration allowed them to dominate foreign trade because they had what was at the time modern sail ships, mass cargo capacity, advanced firearms and cannons that Asia had not replicated and could not compete with. And so during the 1700s and 1800s, I got to check it's the century of humiliation that was avenged in 1948, right? So I think the Opium Wars were in the 1840s. When was the first Opium War? The first Opium War was in 1839. So what happened was the Brits, realizing that they were spending a ton of silver on consumables like tea and porcelain, realized that they needed to renegotiate their trade imbalance with China. And so as a result, they forced at gunpoint the Chinese emperor to sign trade agreements allowing them to sell Indian and what is now Pakistani, Afghan, and Indian opium to China to make up for their trade imbalance. It is truly one of the most immoral things that has ever happened in Western colonial history, is forcing a civilian population to consume drugs at the point of a gun. It is actually like one of the most fucked up things that I can't even think of the moral justification for these wars and trade agreements, besides like racism, that Chinese people buying opium, well, they're not like white people, so fuck them. That's the only thing that I can think justifies the opium wars, is out and out disdain for Chinese people. So anyways, the point being that the revanchist narrative about China is that since a substantial amount of the illegally produced fentanyl, where is fentanyl illegally produced most? Mexico and China are the primary global hubs for the illegal production and supply of fentanyl. So yes, fentanyl wars, the American century of humiliation. Unironically, if we continue to maintain low birth rates, if we continue to maintain endless drug consumption, if we allow our military power projection to slip, this will be the American century of humiliation. And so we have to be wildly careful with the way that we proceed, because China might not have a desire for revenge, but they could unironically be helping us destroy ourselves. History doesn't repeat, but oftentimes us sending all our money to China. True. If you're saying that China has oftentimes been an industrial and consumer good hub that the world has sought to purchase from, that is unironically true, and has been true for maybe 3,000 years. So, anyways, interesting. Interesting to consider the revanchist narrative of China getting back, getting revenge on Europe and the United States by selling us opiates.
People rejected one-man rule. They voted for democracy.
Chavez was perfectly positioned to raise his profile by playing his role, and the conservative media obliged him by striking back.
And it seems to me there's a come to Jesus moment. Maybe that moment's right.
Holy shit, it's Sam Cedar. Gentlemen, please take a look at your screens. It's 2006 Tucker Carlson and Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar is clean shaven with brown hair. Holy shitballs.
Now, where the left has to admit, you know, we were wrong. We supported this fascist all these years. We're guilty. We repent. I mean, why aren't we hearing liberals admit that this guy's a really bad guy?
In the paranoia, especially from Hugo, what kind of leverage does this guy have with us other than the oil itself?
Well, that's a huge leverage, isn't it? I mean, the guy supplies 60% of the oil to this country that we import, and you've got Donald Rumsfeld back in February comparing him to Hitler. I mean, talk about paranoid. I mean, that's ridiculous.
Well, you know, Pat Robertson may have actually been on to...
Sorry, important question from chat. Ghislaine Maxwell asks, Connor, where do you draw the line between the military power slipping and America overextending itself militarily? Very carefully. So I'm going to give you all a quick meme. I'll try to be very quick about it. The Super Tucano. I think that the United States, instead of spending billions and trillions of dollars on the security establishment of foreign nations in order to get them up to America's level or near peer level, we should be involved. European powers, we can still sell weapons in order to get them near peer because I think Europeans and us are cousins or brothers. But I think when it comes to military operations in South America, Africa, and Asia, we shouldn't be trying to get them to be near military peers. We should be trying to get them to be efficient, low-tech security apparati. So as an example, instead of giving the Afghan Air Force C-130s to maintain, we should have given them something technologically more akin to their logistical capacity. And the Tucanos are super fucking cheap. They are capable of delivering prolonged air support. They are capable of engaging in anti-drone warfare. They're cheap to maintain. They're cheap to buy. They're cheap to fly. They have hard points for close air support. So this is the kind of warfare and logistical support that I would want to see us engage in. So rather than selling, I know this is like a silly example. Let me Google it real quick because I don't even know if we said, if we actually did this. Did we give fighter jets to Afghanistan? Yes, the United States provided the former Afghan government with dozens of attack aircraft, although these were primarily light attack and reconnaissance planes rather than traditional supersonic fighter jets. So weirdly enough, we did follow my prescriptions in reference to the Afghans. But did we give fighter jets to Iraq? Yes, the United States provided fighter jets to Iraq primarily by selling and delivering a fleet of 36 F-16 C and D multi-role fighter jets. So my point is, how much does an F-16 cost to provide and maintain versus how much do F-16s cost to provide and maintain? I hope that you have caught the spirit of what I'm saying, which is that whenever possible, instead of looking at what cool multi-billion-dollar toys we want to give our friends, we should actually look at the security situation of foreign nations, and we should provide them with the security capacity to actually execute a stable society, and that will enable the nation building and economics that we so desire out of our allies and friends. Moving on.
He suggested possibly assassinating Hugo Chavez.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's where the paranoia stems from to a certain extent.
Well, what is this impulse to defend the enemies of America every time?
Well, I'll tell you something.
No, literally, it's every time.
I agree with you.
He's not so bad.
Tucker.
Robert Mugabe, he's not so bad.
Pleaded each other's narrative, but they weren't fighting over anything material. They were just relitigating the Cold War for their own self-aggrandizement. But as Chavez passed the torch to Maduro and Venezuela backslid into dictatorship, the stakes got more real for at least one group of Americans, the Cuban diaspora. In the mid-2000s, Chavez had worked out an oil for doctors deal with the Cubans. Venezuela would send cheap oil to Cuba, and Cuba would send its doctors to Caracas to work in free clinics for the poor. But in addition to doctors, Chavez had also invited a secret contingent of trainers to create a secret police force that would spy on the Venezuelan military in order to preempt any possible coup. The Cuban-American lobby, which was still reeling from Obama's decision to normalize relations, became convinced that this anti-coup force was the linchpin to political stability in Venezuela.
Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm just gonna rewind that real quick because I was kind of like, I was typing something, but I was also mind blown. How Cuba taught Venezuela to quash military dissent. Jesus Christ.
focused to work in free clinics for the poor. But in addition to doctors, Chavez had also invited a secret contingent of trainers to create a secret police force that would spy on the Venezuelan military in order to preempt any possible coup. The Cuban-American lobby, which was still reeling from Obama's decision to normalize relations, became convinced that this anti-coup force was the linchpin to political stability in Venezuela, and that the oil sales to Cuba was the linchpin of political stability in Cuba. So when the Venezuelan economy started unraveling in 2012, they started lobbying for the overthrow of the Maduro government as a means to overthrow the Cuban government. They were then joined by the swelling ranks of refugees coming directly from Venezuela itself, who were increasingly coming to see an American intervention as their only hope. That lobbying paid off with the election of Donald Trump.
As we restore American leadership throughout the world, we are once again standing up for freedom in our hemisphere. That's why my administration reversed the failing policies of the previous administration on Cuba.
Trump replaced a smattering of minor sanctions on a handful of Venezuelan officials with a blanket sanction on any company doing business with PDVSA, Venezuela's state oil company. Venezuela, for all its talk.
Jargon says FPV drones have changed the math quite a bit. They have. Although the Super Tucano, they are actually trying to sell as as a part of a defense mosaic. So I don't know if you've seen the videos, but they're actually very cool. There are videos of Ukrainian helicopters and, like, I swear to God, skydiving aircraft. Do you know what I'm talking about? Skydiving plane. Like cheap, twin-engined cargo fucking transports. Donnie Dork says you betrayed Destiny. Now you have a low view count. I've always been between 50 and 150. Stop cock watching. Stop role-playing pedophilic scenarios. How's that, Donnie Dork? And if you engage with, if you role-play pedophilic scenarios, I don't want you in my community, and I probably, you either need to stop or I'm not going to be your friend. How's that? I think that's a sane thing to say. Donnie Dork. Anyways, so the point is that with these twin-engine aircraft, what they do, the Ukrainians, they are putting machine guns inside the locations. They leave ammo inside this area. They put machine guns in the exit doors, and then they're loitering around in Ukrainian airspace, and they're shooting down Shaheds with machine gun fire. And so the Super Tucano, will you guys indulge me a Super Tucano video real quick? I'll see if I can find it. Super Tucano anti-drone commercial. I'm not seeing it, but they're literally advertising, trying to get the Ukrainians to buy the Super Tucano because they are capable of mounting minigun pods onto their planes, and they are capable of having guided rocket pods. Why are they talking about the A-29 Super Tucano, but the entire footage is the A-10 Warthog? That doesn't make a lick of sense. Here's us selling them to the Philippine Air Force. This is exactly what I'm advocating for, by the way. It's actually exciting to me that they're doing it. This $10 million turboprop just became a drone-killing machine. So they are unironically advertising this thing to mount it with minigun and guided rocket pods in order to loiter and shoot down drones. So once again, FPVs are so low to the ground that we're probably not talking about FPVs. We're probably talking about Shaheds and Shahed equivalents. All right, sorry for the yap, but like, do you understand how? All right, I'm not sorry for the app. Take a look at this. If you would please consult your screen real quick. To me, this looks like a twin-seater P-51 Mustang. And if for those of you who don't know, a P-51 Mustang was one of the most iconic propeller-driven fighter bombers on the planet. Okay. And so when I see that my grandfather's generation was flying a propeller-driven fighter bomber in World War II, whose aesthetics are so fucking peak that I wish they were still, even the F4. Yeah, the F4 is fucking beautiful. The F4U Corsair, oh my God. Anyways, you're distracting me with fucking airplanes. But when I see somebody basically took a P-51 Mustang, gave it modern avionics and modern aerodynamic design, modern engines, made it a twin-seater, and then outfitted it with guided bombs, guided rockets, and minigun pods, that's the coolest fucking thing I've ever goddamn heard. I wish I had become a Afghan Super Tucano pilot doing close air support for the Afghan military against the Taliban. That's the coolest fucking thing I've ever heard. Sorry.
Yankee imperialism almost entirely relies on the U.S. for refining capacity, and its most profitable asset is its American subsidiary, Citgo. The Trump sanctions amounted to an almost 10% cut to Venezuela's GDP overnight. But at first, the sanctions actually ended up stabilizing the regime. By making it loud and clear that he was pursuing a regime change policy, Trump scared the Russians and Chinese into giving Venezuela badly needed aid and debt relief, and military advisors. That aid didn't just free up financial resources, it also gave Maduro protection from his own generals, which freed him up to reform the industries damaged by their corruption. It was after the sanctions that the inflation rate really...
Thank you, Jeb Kush. For 10. No, you will continue to talk about sexy military hardware and you will like it. Thank you. Now, I am going to point out to the geopolars still in the community that we have dropped down to 57. My community, I think, is 50 to 150 people. If we're at 57, I'm scraping the bare bones of the community. We're still getting donos, but I could be talking about Destiny's fucking sex life and have 1,000 live viewers. So I'm just pointing out that I am doing this for you because I parasocially love you. Thank you.
started going down. Venezuela was now pursuing the same kind of austerity and privatization that the US would have imposed after a hypothetical regime change. But a crisis created by overspending can't necessarily be fixed by austerity. Chavez didn't just underfund Venezuela's infrastructure, he gutted them of qualified personnel, in a sort of self-debathification.
I'm firing the following people. Mr. Juan Fernandez, you are fired from Petroleum of Venezuela. Eddie Ramirez, thank you very much, you are fired.
Between the purges, the underfunding, and the corruption, the country has entered a state of semi-anarchy, with crime bosses and mid-level bureaucrats running their own fiefdoms. None of that can be fixed without getting the country's public finances in order, which is impossible without lifting sanctions.
All the whiny Geopol people left, it's just the cog, shake my head. I know. If I'm dedicating myself to 2 Geopol segments, then I better fucking see, like, Christian Valeris, Patriarch, and fucking, what is it? Christian Valeris, Patriarch, and Arthur fucking freaking out in chat. Oh, this is the most base content ever! Oh my god, this is so amazing! I can't believe we're watching Geopol right now! Oh, like, that's what I should be getting, and instead, I don't even see them. Where's Christian Valeris? Where's Patriarch? Where's Arthur? They should be glazing me right now. I'm doing what they asked. Yes. Well, QC John says, Connor, I'll just point out that the 50 viewers who actually enjoy the content is way more enjoyable than the 1,000 viewers that hate you. Fair point. Diminished Darknut with another 50 bucks. Thank you, King. Rifleman for 10 says, and we love you for it. Thank you. Doobie with the 10 says, you should react to GDF videos, to be honest. It makes you in the chat mad. 10 out of 10 experience. Who's GDF? Tell me who GDF is. I'm actually curious. They all left. I think, okay, the funny narrative would be if I took a massive criticism shit on them right now. I think that would be incredibly funny. But the truth is, I think Patriarch does live in Ukraine. I think that Arthur lives in Russia. Time in Russia right now, 9 p.m. That's not that late. Time in Ukraine right now, 9 p.m. That's not that late. But maybe they're eating dinner, they're putting their kids to bed, they're taking care of their family, they're getting ready for, bed, etc., 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 etc. Arthur says, hey, I'm here. You fucking better be, Arthur. This is the content that you wanted, Arthur. So, hold on. Anti-American history war nut. Oh, interesting. Can you send me a link in DMs? Interpersonal says, I remember tweeting at you talk about the Bay of Pigs and / Cuba stuff and how desperate Cuba was to get a nuke and how it may be seen as an existential threat should they have gotten a nuke for security purposes. Well, not if they're authoritarian communists. See you next Tuesdays, don't you think? I mean, I actually like American empire. I know that's a differentiation between me and the progressives and the leftists. I actually like the United States of America. Weird, I know. X-Wing Alliance for $2 says, hey, look, it's Doobie's Pay Pig. Oh. Give yourself a vasectomy.
Sanctions. Venezuelans took to the streets of Caracas on Saturday, banging empty pots to protest against chronic food shortages.
Electing Biden offered no relief. Biden's first impulse on all foreign policy decisions is to hew to conventional wisdom as closely as possible. And conventional wisdom says you should never drop sanctions unilaterally, or else the opponent will call you a sucker.
How about we're buying oil from Venezuela? When I left, Venezuela was ready to collapse. We would have taken it over. We would have gotten all that oil. It would have been right next door.
In Trump's second term, deporting Venezuelans became a top priority, but deporting 500,000 Venezuelans would be politically toxic in Florida without a solution to the Venezuelan crisis. So, Trump found himself in a tricky trilemma. The Cubans and Venezuelans in Miami want regime change, but the only way to get it is through a boots-on-the-ground American intervention that most Americans don't have the appetite for. Trump can't trade sanctions relief for a change in Venezuela's policies because sanctions relief is something only wimpy Democrats do. But the regime can't fix the economy without the sanctions relief. But Venezuelan migrants can't go back until the economy is fixed. So, clearly, this is an issue where it's impossible for Trump to win. I mean, unless...
Explosions lighting up the hillside around Maduro's heavily fortified compound in Caracas. Wow. As U.S. warplanes blasted Venezuelan air defenses early Saturday morning.
I am still reeling a bit from this idea. I mean, I just completely failed to even imagine it as a possibility.
That was my prize mistake. A failure of imagination.
It is genuinely brilliant. A pseudo-regime change. If you actually wanted to change the nature of the regime in Venezuela, grabbing Maduro accomplishes nothing. Maduro isn't some iron-willed dictator who clung to power through Stalin-like ruthlessness. He's a hapless bag-holder who managed to hold office for 12 years primarily because no one else in the regime actually wants his job. I mean, would you want to be in charge of Venezuela right now? But if all you want is to create...
Didn't this guy just say, like I know Maduro is probably not as bad as Stalin, but didn't he just show us evidence that the Cubans were creating a secret police force in order to keep an eye on the security forces to make sure that they stayed loyal to the dictator? That wasn't that some contradictory evidence that he just shows? Lobbying America means loving its empire. Cringe take. Well, not understanding that power abhors a vacuum, and it's either us or our rivals who will dominate the globe culturally, economically, militarily, and diplomatically. Not understanding that is also cringe. So good luck with that, nameless henchman. Once again, you and I are not on the same team. You are blue only so you don't take friendly fire. So, anyways... No, it's not contradictory. How is it not contradictory? Like he's saying, like, oh, he's not this like brutal dictator. but he has to maintain secret police security forces in order to keep an eye on the military to make sure that they remain loyal. Is that normal? Is that a normal thing?
The illusion of a regime change, just kidnapping the president, works perfectly for a media that's already inclined to reduce complex geopolitical issues into simple stories of individual heroes and villains. Evil.
Well, that's probably true.
Dictator gone, the people cheer. For most Americans, those images will be the only thing that matters. For the Venezuelan diaspora, Trump can continuously lead them on with the false hope that he can fix Venezuela remotely by just vaguely threatening to murder the new president, Delcy Rodriguez. For the Cuban diaspora, getting Venezuela to shut off oil to Cuba is simple. Just take the boats. And by stealing it, the president can award himself a little slush fund with no congressional oversight. But what about Trump's traditional MAGA base? Aren't they isolationists? Won't they hate this? Well, not exactly. In fact, this apparent paradox gets to the heart of Trump's foreign policy. And I have to apologize because I may have lied a little bit about whether or not the kidnapping is about oil. It is, just not directly. Remember what I said about the 70s? How the third world was nationalizing everything and the US just didn't really have the wherewithal anymore to stop it. Well, that decade, that process whereby resource neocolonialism really did start to come to an end was, for a certain generation of Americans, experienced as a massive series of humiliations.
People are very desperate. They depend an awful lot upon their cars.
This is a Pearl Harbor again, as far as the United States is concerned.
Tell that goddamn governor he's going to police this goddamn gasoline situation. I will not take the blame for this.
The fall of Saigon, the oil shocks, the inflation, the deindustrialization, all capped off by the Iranian hostage crisis, were all seen at the time by some Americans not as some inevitable shift, but as a failure of U.S. foreign policy elites to engage in the necessary violence to put third world peoples back in their place. Those feelings intensified during the Carter presidency, and then exploded with the hostage crisis.
Despite a police ban, up to 1,000 Iranian and anti-Iranian demonstrators massed in Beverly Hills. I think they need to go back to Iran.
You raise oil prices. You come here, you go to school, you demonstrate, then you take the oil. What more do you want?
We're sick of being stonewalled. We're not going to take it anymore. We're sick of it. Yeah.
Peace does not come.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. Wow. 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 This is amazing. I didn't even know this evidence existed. Holy shit. This is why neocons became popular. Do you understand? Do you understand that the American people, so all the isolationists, all the people who want to back off, all the nameless henchmen, okay, that want us to back off of the world stage, all of the fucking paleo-conservative, national conservative, Trump isolationist dick suckers, they were, the American population was clamoring for American interventionism during the oil shocks of the 1970s to impose a worldwide global order to keep oil prices and consumer goods cheap. We should have backed off? That's not what this is saying. That's not what this is saying. This is saying average Americans, when fucking OPEC started fucking blockading oil exports to the United States and gas shot up to $4 or $5 a gallon, the average, and back in the 1970s when money was worth quite a bit more and there were fucking oil shortages, Americans were like, fuck you, go kick their goddamn asses. That is crazy. That is, seeing that said out loud by people on the street is truly crazy. It resulted in endless debt for the working person and endless growth for the nameless corporations. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. You're talking about neoliberal economics. You can still do neoconservative military interventionism without doing neoliberal laissez-faire economics. Those are historically aligned, but those are not necessarily ideologically aligned. They're parallel, but they're not the same. You could still engage in neoconservative American interventionism overseas without becoming like a laissez-faire globalist economist. Wow. That was very interesting to see. I know that might not be as like mind-blowing to my audience as it is to me, but seeing Americans saying the Carter administration is weak, the Middle Easterners and North Africans are making us look like fools, and Americans need to use hard and soft power to align the world with our interest. That was insane. I can't believe I just saw that. It's kind of amazing. Isolationism is a luxury ideology? Apparently. Apparently. That's interesting. That's wildly interesting. Rifleman for 5 says, funny how old the people you say need to stop talking about Destiny outside of the cog stop watching you. I know. It's almost like they come into our community just to tell us to stop interacting with their internet dad because they don't want their internet dad to be criticized. Weird. Weird.
From weakness or from retreat. It comes from the restoration of American military superiority.
In the 70s, Reagan played on those feelings of humiliation and betrayal by portraying Democrats as simply too weak to discipline the Third World. Most prominently by making lots of noise about the Panama Canal Treaty.
As I talk to you tonight, negotiations with another dictator go forward. Negotiations aimed at giving up our ownership of the Panama Canal Zone. Apparently everyone knows about this except the rightful owners of the Canal Zone. You, the people of the United States.
In Ronald Reagan's formulation, giving away the Panama Canal was the perfect symbol of the unwillingness of American politicians to stand up to the rabble.
We bought it, we paid for it, we built it, and we intend to keep it.
But when the Republicans took power, they couldn't actually roll back decolonization, let alone take the oil or the canal. But they could, to quote one conservative intellectual.
Yeah, Andy B says Carter was seen as weak, so they put Reagan in, and then when Reagan went hard, the American public rewarded him with a 49-state landslide. That's crazy pants.
Pick up some small, crappy little country every 10 years or so and throw it against the wall, just to show the world we mean business.
Interrupt our regularly scheduled program to bring you an NBC News report. Grenada invasion, late report.
And here is the latest situation as we now know it on the island of Grenada, which is a tiny island, as you know, in the southern Caribbean.
This was after Lebanon, though. So I understand what this guy is arguing, and it is interesting that the United States will beat the shit out of some asshole. Like, it's literally like prison rules, right? You're in the prison. You're a big guy, but you don't want people to forget that you can beat the fuck out of people. So every, like, you know, few weeks, few months, you just pick a small guy and you beat the shit out of him. That's an interesting analogy to what this guy is saying we did to, like, Grenada, to Panama, to Somalia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I think we also need to be cognizant of the fact that this also happened because Reagan flexed in Lebanon by deploying a peacekeeping force, and that peacekeeping force got blown up, and instead of doubling down or tripling down, we withdrew. And then same thing with Somalia. We deployed a humanitarian peacekeeping force to Somalia, and when we took a bunch of casualties, we withdrew. So weirdly enough, like I'm perfectly okay with the narrative. I think it's very wildly interesting lens to think that the neoconservative flexing of American military might and diplomacy on the world stage was born out of the chaos of the 60s and 70s. I mean, I think it's descriptively true. I think I've heard it before. I just think that it's insanely interesting. So that's the American public jingling key thing. They always think decoupling is wrong, even though they beg for it. And so we just cycle between overt war, covert war, overt war, covert war. I think that's descriptively true. Even if I didn't like it, I feel like that's descriptively true. The problem is we're going to preach might make right so long that China will take that to heed and use it against us when we cry about it. Well, that's why we always stay a generation ahead technologically, don't you think? I want your channel to grow, but the tiny dick watching can be tiresome at times. I get it. I would probably do the same thing for growth, but I have a feeling that you find Geopol more interesting too. Yeah, sure, Eric Dom. But you weren't here, bro, so that criticism is falling on deaf ears. Not only have I not seen you a majority of the week, but I drew this picture. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is, channel orientation. This is what I explain to my Geopol nerds. So if you're like a Geopol nerd who genuinely enjoys this kind of content, what I said is that speculative and prescriptive analyses of the world and current event / news analysis, which includes geopolitical analysis, it is 50 to 80 viewers, realistically. I thought Geopol would do better today, but that's okay. It's later in the afternoon. We're only 15 minutes away from wrapping up stream, so I'm not going to bitch too much. But the point is that we only have a few Oilers who make this content worth it. And we have a few chippers who make this content worth it, despite I'm currently at 46 live viewers right now, man. That's a low view day. I consider 50 my bottom and 150 my top. I am currently 7. It just dropped another 3. I know I shouldn't be metrics watching, but still. I'm 7 under where I want to be on low viewership content. The good news is the Oilers are oiling. The good news is the chippers are chipping. So they're giving me the money to make this content worth it. But I'm telling you, debates between characters over events and ideas, I could easily increase my viewership by watching debates between characters over events and ideas. I could easily increase my viewership by doing low stakes slop fights, implosion of digital media careers, sex drama, and friendship drama. And I could also increase my correlated money. And I already told my channel that I'm going to be setting up the Rhino production feed. I will engage in debates and slop a majority of the time. But Tuesday afternoons and Thursday afternoons, I will engage with higher level thought. Because there seems to be people in my community, namely Arthur, namely Patriarch, namely Christian Valeris, who claim to want this style of content because they think that the debate slop is beneath them. It's beneath the consideration of the cog, according to them. So anyways, the point is, I could become a slop tuber at any moment. And if my loyal, beautiful coggers want me to continue with speculative and prescriptive analysis of the world and current events and news analysis, then I need to see the money. Okay? I love you. Parasocially. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Thank you to the people who have donated. Azurai5 says, would chat rather be forced to survive a week on the planet from Subnautica or a week in Raccoon City during the outbreak? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. Azurai also renewed their membership and said Geopol is nice. Would be cool if Dylan could come and talk Ukraine shit with Connor again. Well, apparently Arthur wants to do that. Then Rifleman was talking shit about the people who are Geopol nerds but aren't sticking around for Geopol. Anyways, let's go.
It has been invaded by...
And the strategy seemed vindicated when Reagan's presidency coincided with a global drop in oil prices. This was a formative period for not just Trump, but a whole cohort of baby boomer conservatives. Those feelings of humiliation and libidinal need for revenge are the glue that held neoconservatives and isolationists together, before Trump finally pulled them apart. But now in Venezuela, the rift is starting to heal.
I do not care one iota about the supposed international basis for this sort of activity. I do not. There is no such thing as international law. It is specious, it is a lie, it is stupid.
We are in a great power competition with China and Russia for the alignment of middle powers, for the alignment of resource-rich countries, and we're in a battle with Russia and China over supply chains and the resources that fuel the supply chains.
I had always seen this process as something that mostly happened subconsciously. But then I saw Stephen Miller on CNN saying something very similar while trying to sound like Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men, only to be undermined by the fact that he is a 40-year-old man with a Valley Girl accent.
The United States is using its military to secure our interests unapologetically in our hemisphere.
we're a superpower, and under President Trump, we are going to conduct ourselves as a superpower. It is absurd that we would allow a nation in our own backyard to become the supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us.
Again, cannot emphasize enough that it was a Donald Trump policy to make Venezuela a supplier of resources to our adversaries, but not to us. And then he just tweeted out my theory, completely unvarnished. So maybe it was never that subconscious. Trump has developed a formula for generating these spectacles of revenge and domination. First, you make a big stupid demand, then you make a big threat, then you accept a small, usually symbolic concession and use that to declare victory. What's important here is not the concession, what's important is the performance, the images. Since no one trusts objective media or experts anymore, no expose that the agreement doesn't do what it says will matter. What matters?
See, and this is how, no offense to Trump cock washers, but this is how societies destroy themselves. I think part of the reason why I'm so alarmed, not only by the lack of truth in Twitch and YouTube politics, but the lack of truth on the media sphere, is because, you know, the truth matters. And truth has this like horrible pattern of raping you with reality. And so when you do that thing where you make a hyperbolic claim, you make a threat, you obtain a minor concession, and you claim victory, eventually that pattern will destroy you. And you have to be careful. Who is this? Who gave me $20 in order to support the stream? I sound angry, but I must thank you. My anger is directed at, I told you what was going to happen, and now it's happening. My joy is that I am making money despite the very small size of my community. Diminished Darknut for 20 says, I'm loyal. No slop. Daddy, please. More Geopol. More pew pew. You're a good egg, Diminished Darknut. I hope you don't kill me and skin me alive and steal my vital organs, because you seem to have too much devoted love to me. But I sincerely appreciate your oils and donations and enthusiasm for the content. Solidus says, here's the money that Arthur's not giving you. Thank you. Shapingro says, chips for the cog, grill shallah, hashtag fence strong. Thanks, King. Thank you, kings and queens. I'm sorry for even mentioning viewership. I'm saying it out loud because I don't want people to not know that I know what's going on. Anyways.
Matters is how people talk about it. Perhaps the best way to understand it is through the lens of professional wrestling. In wrestling, when a move is performed, the move usually requires the cooperation of the victim, and that they need to act like they're really being hurt in order to make it look like an actual fight is taking place. This acting is called selling. Here, for instance, is Donald Trump himself, completely failing to sell the Stone Cold Stunner. Austin's done the Donald! What Donald Trump seeks in these geopolitical fights is that the victim countries agree to sell in lieu of making actual concessions that would hurt their countries. The ideal model for this type of game is the USMCA, Trump's NAFTA replacement. On the campaign trail in 2016, Trump promised to renegotiate NAFTA in such a way that it would bring back lost jobs. But that's impossible. The lost jobs are lost for good, and actually canceling NAFTA would just cause a different group of people to lose their new jobs. So he got together with the Canadians and Mexicans, made cosmetic changes, renamed it, and declared victory. That is until around 2023 when Trump started campaigning against his own trade agreements.
Why do you want to renegotiate it?
Because I want to make it a much better day. We've been screwed by Mexico and by China and by Canada and by...
This is why he's turned American aggression away from Russia, China, and Iran and towards South America and Europe. Our traditional adversaries are ready for us, and they can't afford to even pretend to submit. Europe and South America, on the other hand, have made no preparations for random aggression coming from the United States. And they're more willing to play the game to buy time until the US gets a normal president again. People sometimes point to this as another sign Europe is decadent and weak, but it's not. It's just people are, by necessity, vulnerable to being stabbed in the back by someone they trust. When it comes to...
I actually like this analysis. I like this analysis a lot. I have to agree with Sarcasmatron. I was prepared to call this guy an idiot. I don't think he's an idiot at all. I think this is true. I think that Trump easily could saber rattle against Russia, China, and Venezuela, and he could do so, and it would be the traditional neoconservative saber rattling that has plagued our politics for decades. But it actually plays to the nativists and the isolationists and the paleocons who want to have a multipolar world where the United States is not constantly sucked into foreign drama, for us to either bully fledgling powers or allies so it can look like we're asserting our greatness while not, quote unquote, getting stuck in forever wars. So the performative aspect of this, maybe I'm too biased towards the theory because it feels novel and fresh, but I actually think that this theory is descriptively true. It is selling. It is kayfabe. It is wrestling. And I think that's one of the things that, because Donald Trump is not like obsessed with reality. He's obsessed with the perception of his strength. That is unironically like it explains so much shit. I don't know how to counter this narrative. Doobie for 10 says, don't let them fool you. They don't want geopolitics. What they actually want is geopolitics they disagree with so they can be mad at it with you. Doobie, unironically, that is an excellent suggestion to boost numbers, is watch geopolitical critics, not that are informing my audience, but geopolitical critics that we can scream at because we think they're stupid, vile, or evil. Unironically, this is excellent advice, Doobie. Thank you.
Venezuela, the first big stupid demand is that American oil companies should be allowed to invest in Venezuela. This put Maduro in the very confusing dilemma of needing to satisfy a U.S. demand that he open up American companies, while those companies were being prevented from investing in Venezuela by U.S.-imposed sanctions. But eventually, Trump became convinced that the only symbol dramatic enough to work would be for Maduro to step down, and when Maduro refused, he rolled the dice on the Delta Force. You can't ask for a better spectacle than this, but I do wonder if this is sustainable. The euphoria that follows a military victory like this evaporates very quickly. 3 years is more than enough time for people to realize democracy is not actually on the menu. The White House will have to keep creating the illusion of reform with new spectacles, or find a good distraction. This puts Rodriguez in the same dilemma as Volodymyr Zelensky. If she's too publicly defiant to Trump, she can't get sanctions relief, but if she's too obsequious, she might get overthrown by other people in the country. She can try to square the circle by being submissive in English and defiant in Spanish, but you never know when media won't be too lazy to hire a translator.
Let me tell you what Delcy Rodriguez said the day after Venezuela was attacked. Governments around the world are simply shocked that the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela is the victim and target of an attack of this nature, which undoubtedly has Zionist undertones. What the hell did Delcy Rodriguez mean when she said this attack had Zionist undertones?
The Democrats have no counter, of course. Even though the attack was a serious war crime, the idea that the U.S. should be bound by international law is liberal elite coded. That's why they resorted to only criticizing the attack on grounds that it was illegal under domestic law. Criticizing the attack for being illegal under international law would make them sound like unpatriotic globalists. Unfortunately, it's much harder to make the case that Trump has violated the War Powers Act than it is.
Rob Go Slow says, I'm down for whatever content generates the least amount of commentary about how popular the content is. Oh, okay, we're going to do slop then. Let's talk about slop. Let's just do slop. I'm kidding. I don't think slop should be my legacy on the internet. I think it should be something that we occasionally engage in for shits and giggles. All that's happening, by the way, is we're just having a big fight in the community because I actually have attracted 50 to 150 relatively serious, intelligent, employed people who don't like the clashes of personalities and drama slop of relationship fallouts. But relationship fallouts are obviously something that commentary and Twitch and YouTube politics fucking loves. So if I was commenting on the YouTube and Twitch political fallout of another creator, then that wouldn't be a big deal because I would be able to take out the serious things from the slop. But because I'm involved in the slop, it is too close to home for anti-sloppers. Yeah. It's like we're too close. We're too close to it, which I understand and I agree with. But there's shit going on bigger than just creating content. This is a real relationship with real things that happened in it that are being litigated in the public, that are asperging. They're spurging my character. And while I don't give a fuck about dumb people's perceptions of me, I do think the truth is the truth, and the truth should be presented.
Is to make the case that the war was an aggressive one, and there's no real popular base for opposition to the war. The constituencies who matter are all satisfied for the moment. The diaspora is so desperate they're willing to take half loaves. For the right, the fact that the war was a war crime and undermined the liberal international order is a good in itself, since they see international law as something that primarily restrains them from disciplining unruly third worlders. And the corporate media is just happy to see a socialist government taken down. The only people who don't win are the people of Venezuela. But how many electoral college votes do they control?
I'm going to leave it there because we're hitting 2:30 and I actually do have an IRL appointment that I need to get to. It's 2:27 right now, so I'm going to thank the people who did support the channel financially. Honestly, I know I was like, oh, we're only at 50 viewers, but literally I have a mind map showing that when we do geopolitical, current events, and high idea commentary, we're going to take a hit. So it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. And I promise you, the days of slop... I'm so sorry, I'm muted. I'm a professional streamer, by the way. The days of slop will end, ladies and gentlemen. I promise you they will end. Not that we won't comment on slop, but that we will make a part of the channel character intentional and intelligent content in order to raise the quality of the content that we create, even if it's for a smaller audience. So I promise you, the days of slop will end. I am, unfortunately, in the process of ending my relationship with a large streamer who I considered a friend for a very long time. There is misinformation, disinformation, and narrativization that I believe to be inaccurate. Tonight, I'm probably going to narrativize events from my worldview so people can choose to engage with it or not. And at least my perspective will be out there. And if, hopefully that'll be the end of it. Literally, it'll be, hey, this is what happened from my perspective. This is why I can't be associated anymore. And this is why I'm gone. Good luck to all parties involved. Now you know why they call anyone who disagrees snarkers. True. Just go to Journal Mate and be intentional whenever you make, then whatever you make doesn't matter. I'm not sure if I'm following that. Conservatism says, read my follow-up DM too. Spoiler, I'm outraged that you leaked my previous DM. Why do I doubt that, conserve liberalism? Why do I doubt? But I need to thank the COG. I must thank them. I have razzled them. I have shit-talked them. I have made fun of them. But they are mine and I am theirs. And so I must thank them that despite lower viewership in reference to serious topics, they have given me the money that puts food on my table. So I must thank you. Rifleman with the 5. It makes me angry that our awesome military is led by man babies. Indeed. And then Doobie says with the 10... don't let them fool you. They don't want Geopol. They want Geopol they disagree with. That's truly good insight. Those are the last 2 super chats. I believe I have read the rest of them. Hearshot, thank you for the $10 chip that just came through. I appreciate you. Shopingo with the 2. Solidus with the 2. Diminished Darknut with the 20. Thank you for oiling the chat and expressing that you think I'm handsome. Thank you. Azurai for $5. Azurai with a renewed membership. Rifleman with a 5. X-Wing with a 2. Talking shit. Fuck you, X-Wing. Doobie with the 10. Diminished Darknut with the $50. Thank you for the Oil King. Rifleman with the 10. Jeb Kush with the 10. Diminished Darknut with the 20. Thank you for the oil again. Rifleman with the 10. Nameless with the 5. Fashion 40 with the 5. Old School with the 2. Doobie with the 10. Fell Runner with the 10. Diminished Dark Nut with the 10. Fell Runner. Doobie Doobie. Doobie. Fashion 40. Real Serious, Real Serious, Real Serious. Old School. Doobie Doobie Doobie. And Vazraka. Thank you, kings and queens, for your viewership. Thank you for your financial support. I do appreciate it. Damn, I made many substantive pushbacks against the content, but only got a response mocking the meta-narrative about popularity. Sorry. Sorry. Can't argue with every earnest good faith argument in chat. I'm sure that drama slop is bad for the community in the long term, but I'm not asking you for your loyalty to continue drama slop for the long term. I'm asking you for one last fight. Okay? And it's not even going to be a fight. I'm going to go live. I'm going to lay out my perspective on the issue. I'm going to correct the narrative on several things that I feel like have been editorialized by my enemies. They are welcome to engage with it. If they do not want to engage with it, that's fine on them. What will happen is if they continue to engage with what I think is unsubstantial criticism, then I'll leave it alone after that. And I'll simply reference them back to that. Beef Supreme says, I'm saddened over today. Well, I will give you your wrench back. Let's do something real quick, Beef Supreme. Let's do something real quick. If you cannot be a member of the COG after I say this, that is fine. And I will appreciate your internet friendship for many years to come. Okay? But what I will not abide by is members of my community arguing with me that it is either morally neutral or even good to engage in sexual fantasies involving children. It's not going to happen. And if you feel like that is something that is so core to your character or so core to your worldview that we can no longer associate, then I wish you Godspeed. However, it's not something that I'm going to change. Whenever it's brought up, I will reassert the same position over and over and over again, that sexual fantasies involving children are not something that I will treat as neutral or good. And if you cannot agree with me, then I need you to shut up about the topic. Okay? If you want to remain a member of the community. Because I'm not going to have people like it. What's going to happen is if I go lay out the narrative from my perspective, and then people say, I can't fuck with you anymore. It is what it is. But I'm going to go lay out my perspective. And once again, I would rather go back to, I would rather lose I love you guys. I think you guys know that. I parasocially love you guys. I enjoy interacting with you on a day-to-day basis. But if my community and my viability on the internet was reliant upon stating that engaging in sexual fantasies involving children was morally neutral or even good, then I would rather go work a normal job. I'm not kidding. So, think about it. Decide what your perspectives are. Decide whether or not you can still fuck with me and fuck with the community and fuck with the content. And, yeah, that's it. What if you as two adults roleplay as two adults who are role-playing a babysitter fantasy? Yeah, I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. And once again, the context is going to drive the scenario, right? Let's say that a hypothetical person was pretending to be an adolescent who was being molested by another adolescent with like a 2 or 3 year age gap. Clearly, that's not as bad as a fantasy about molesting adolescent children as an adult or pre-adolescent children. We can evaluate the scenarios on a case-by-case basis if you want. But what I'm saying is, on principle, I'm not going to be endorsing freak shit. I have to be honest, the fact that you say it that way, take the wrench back, I'm out of here. Okay, I'm sorry to see you leave. Bye, buddy. Wish you well. Wish you well. Well, anyways. Might be out myself, to be honest. Aren't you a conservative? Why do you want to jerk off to kids? What? I'm not going to read your name because I don't want that to be clipped, but why are you out of your set? Why is that a line for you? Is that sarcastic? Why would I'm sorry, you just blew my whole fucking mind. Why would a conservative leave the community over stating that you shouldn't fantasize about sexual shit involving children? Can you clarify? I'm not going to read your name, but can you clarify if that's sarcastic or not? Because I am like wildly confused based off of everything else you've ever said. I got other shit to do, so I'm going to dip out in a second, but are you serious? Somebody who has identified as a conservative who has criticized the endless liberal and progressive shit says that fantasizing to jorking to kids, adults are adults, it's a hard stop. Okay. No offense, buddy, but if that's your hard line, once again, it was nice knowing you, and I wish you luck in your future endeavors. Enjoy whatever community you become a part of. That is truly some wildly antisocial shit. So. How about age play, but you just pretend your back doesn't hurt? Okay. Okay. The West has fallen. Indeed. Indeed, we're losing soldiers. You once said something akin to lolicon and stuff like that without going further is still bad because it's harming oneself and potentially risking desensitizing oneself, and going further, I agree. Okay, well, weirdly enough, here's Eric Dom. Here's the wrench that I just took away from somebody else. Weird. Okay. Anyways, I'll just be real. That does make me sad. 2 community members have said that criticizing this behavior is a hard line that they don't know if they can engage with anymore. Am I okay with rape play between adults? Of course. It's between adults. But good luck with that. We're not defending pedophiles? Sure, you're defending pedophilic fantasies. So, yeah, sure. Some conservatives don't give a shit what people do in the bedroom. You're right, I do. I give a shit. I don't think you should be doing things that reinforce negative thoughts and negative fucking shit that is antisocial and freak shit. So if that's a line, and yet, like, I've crossed it, and you cannot follow me across the line, that's okay. It's okay. Honestly, we probably should not have been as aligned as we were in the past. Skillwalker for 10 says, from a center-right dude to another, keep doing what you do. I appreciate your principal positions, and your explanation of a Burking conservative philosophy was awesome during your debate with Ryan Mulally. Thank you, Skillwalker. I appreciate you too. Thank you for the donation. All right. Anyways, I appreciate you guys. I'm going to go do something else. I got shit to do. That's IRL. Please don't call adults who would never harm a child a pedophile. Okay, fine. How about I don't call them pedophiles? How about I say they're engaged in pedophilic fantasies? In ephebophilic fantasies. And they should stop. I am making a moral prescription that you should not engage in pedophilic and ephebophilic fantasies. How's that? I feel like that's sufficiently charitably descriptive. And once again, if we can't agree on that, then maybe we shouldn't be internet consigliaries anymore. But like I said, I gotta go. We'll fight about it tonight.